Mayor Pro Tem Angelon,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Here.
and Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
All right. Invocation by Pastor Robert Mullen.
Evening. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you this night, Lord, and we're asking you, Lord, for your wisdom, your guidance, and your direction as we take care of city business. Lord, be with the council members, Lord. We pray, Lord, that you would just lead and guide and direct and be with each and every one here. And Lord, we'll be sure and give you all of the honor, all of the glory, and all of the praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
You all please stand for the pledge. Mayor Pro Tem, will you please lead us in the pledge? All right.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Agenda review.
No changes, Mr. Mayor.
Public comments from the audience regarding items not on the agenda. This portion of the agenda allows an individual the opportunity to address the council on any items not on closed session, consent calendar, public hearings, and city council business. Under state regulations, no action can be taken on non-agenda items, including issues raised under this agenda item. Members of the public should be aware of this when addressing the council regarding items not specifically referenced on this agenda. Any public comments?
Excuse me, Mayor, there was a little bit of difficulty to go back here. Is it public comments now?
Yes, public comments.
I just want to say that I'm going to miss Angela very, very much. And I wish her the very, very, very best in whatever her future holds for her. I will miss you and I love you very much. Mhm.
Ms. Gallardo, 212 San Antonio Drive. I want to echo Evelina's comments. Angela, I told you last week, I've admired you from afar for the longest time. A big part of your life was ripped away from you, but you persevered, you hold the course, and here you are. Still standing tall. We're all proud of you, what you went through. And like I said, you persevered. You did good for the community. No, you did really good for the community. And I wish you nothing but happiness in your future life. Thank you once again.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Lourdes Villarreal, and I am the Vice Chair of the Parks and Recreation Committee. Unfortunately, our director or coordinator, recreational coordinator, Jesus Perez, was not able to be here, and neither was our chair of the committee. So I was tasked with coming to make a few remarks about a presentation that you're going to hear tonight by, I believe, the police department and specifically code enforcement. We have been grappling with the issue of safety in our parks, in our committee, and it was a big disappointment that our recommendations were not accepted by the council. However, in retrospect, and we can see that before I guess you would consider the recommendations that we made, that there had to be signage in our parks to make sure that people are informed about the things that are not acceptable or within the law, like drinking in our parks. It's a neighborhood park, urinating in our park, throwing trash in other people's yards after they've, been there. And so, but anyway, I hope that the police department and code enforcement will look at safety in our parks, and we'll take it very seriously, and hopefully it will become a priority if it isn't. I'm really pleased to know that there's going to be more communication with the community, outreach, and letting the public know, what are the rules like in parks. Like I know there's an event coming up. And so I'm really happy to hear about that. And so I'm also looking forward to having the chief come over and speak to us at our committee. And if he has any questions about things that the neighbors bring to us, then we can share them with him. And thank you for the mayor for coming also. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor White. I'm Jamie Tugel. I'm the Public Works Director here at the City of Greenfield. And I just wanted to remind all of the residents that we are still taking applications for a committee member for the Traffic Safety Committee. Applications are due this Friday, July 28th at 4 p.m. Here at City Hall, either via email or in person. We do have them on our website, our Facebook page, and we have printed copies here in the lobby.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, and I'm just here tonight to say thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Monsalon for the service she gave to this community. And as part of the youth of this community, I'm very thankful for having seen you actively participate in events going on within our city and making a great effort to reach out and help address those problems or anything that we may have had. So I wish you the best and thank you for your service. And also, I'd like to just wish the best of luck to our incoming new council member, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing no one online, we'll go to comments from City Council. Rodriguez.
First, I do want to start off with just thanking Mayor Pro Tem for her leadership in this community, for inspiring somebody like me to come up here also as, now I'm really conflicted. I feel like that was a sign. But I had turned my knob. Yeah. Jumping the. It's all again.
All right.
Okay.
Now we
As I
can
was
resume.
saying, that actually, like, I believe in signs and stuff, and that it's making me kind of rethink what I was going to say up here tonight. To finish what I started to say, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for the time that she's committed to her community out here, especially given the circumstances that she continued to serve the community through some very difficult personal experiences. And, that's very admirable and something that, I think it inspires our community to kind of hold steady even when things get tough. And I greatly admire you as, an advocate for your community. And I thank you for that. It's still. So my next comment is about an issue that came up in the city, and I hesitate to go into this, not only because it feels like the mics don't want me to, but because it's really just not something that I wanted to tarnish tonight with. Tonight, I feel is a celebration of Mayor Pro Tem's time with our city and for everything that she's done. And so I really hesitate, and I hate to do this, honestly. Like I'm very much on the fence, but to share with the community what we as council members have been receiving over the past week, I think is important. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I ask for your just bear with me. This is important. I want to clarify some things that are being said in the community that are harmful. And so with my sincere apologies to Mayor Pro Tem, because I checked in with her before this meeting because I really didn't want to get into anything negative tonight. Tonight is really about her service. But here we go. I feel like I owe a response to this person that sent us an email, an anonymous email, and also to my fellow council members. It has very much bothered me that my ethics basically have been called into question. So bear with me because I go into tedious detail. I didn't have much time to chop this down, and I'm long-winded. So I apologize beforehand. I wrote this because I didn't trust myself to stay on subject and ramble on. So I'm going to go ahead and read this statement that I had prepared. On July 13th, 5 days before the special meeting to appoint a new council member, Mr. Drew Tipton emailed requesting, and I'm quoting because I don't want to be accused of misquoting, quote, "I was wondering if you'd like to sit down and have a chat over coffee and get to know each other a little better," end quote, and provided me his cell phone number. The next day, after much consideration, I responded, quote, "I appreciate you reaching out and your interest in speaking with me. Unfortunately, I must decline, as I feel it would be inappropriate for me to meet with you at the moment since you are a candidate for the open council seat, which is still undecided. It is important to me to show I am fair and unbiased in my decision-making, so I hope you understand." You may ask why I am starting my comments with this. Well, because it has always been and continues to be that I make decisions in a manner that is fair, important to me that I make decisions in a manner that is fair. And being that I didn't know any of the candidates who applied for the position, I did not feel comfortable giving one candidate more time than any other. Again, I will state for anyone who has even a shadow of a doubt about this, I do not know or have spoken to any of the applicants outside of last week's city council meeting. And the email I just shared, and the communication of the email that I just shared. It's important to me to be transparent about this because I don't want my reason for declining a meeting to be misconstrued or misrepresented. So what I stated was direct quotes. To be clear, once again, I do not know any of the candidates, and I've only had interaction with Mr. Tipton and only in council public meetings. So I wouldn't exactly say that I know him either. I feel no one candidate should have an advantage over another and felt it was important that all were going to be asked the same questions in front of the entire council as it should be. Secondly, on July 19th, I, along with the rest of council, received an email identifying with a person who only identified themselves as a concerned Greenfield District 1 resident. This email contained many false allegations that, again, after much consideration, I'm choosing to address here. Within an hour of receiving this email, I was on the phone with our city attorney for guidance on how best to do this. And here we are. The first allegation I want to address is, and this is a quote from the message, "I have heard from some sources that Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Antolon have some sort of family relationship. If there is a relationship, why was it not disclosed during the appointment process? Also, Ms. Antolon should have recused herself from voting to appoint her relative. This sounds like nepotism and extreme unethical behavior to me." Mayor Pro Tem Antolon is in fact the fourth cousin of somebody close to me. I want to share with you that what I shared with the city attorney, that I actually sat down and wrote out on a paper to figure out what the level of relation there was. And it turns out she's a fourth cousin of somebody close to me. So this is not unlike many residents in Greenfield. This is a small town where almost everyone knows each other or is related somehow. Many people who have served or do serve on council, commissions, and boards know each other because it's not prohibited or against any rules or laws. Furthermore, the claim I was appointed due to nepotism ignores the reality that I was unanimously appointed by all 4 sitting council members. To remind or inform anyone who wasn't part of that process, it was a public interview where 7 candidates were invited to participate, and I was the only one of those who showed up that was in the top 3 for all 4 council members. I do not appreciate my appointment being tarnished with these allegations when I very much and very publicly earned my seat through a fair process. There would be no reason for Mayor Pro Tem to recuse herself because, again, we are not related, although I'd be happy to be. It is worth mentioning that it is completely permissible for 2 people who are related to serve on council together. So there would be absolutely no reason for us to try to hide if we were, or for anybody to hide if they were related to a council member. I hope this will finally stop the rumor mill, which isn't just spreading false information, it is fostering mistrust and doing our community a disservice by attempting to create a division. The next allegation, quote, when council members began discussion, Councilmember Rodriguez immediately jumped in and stated that she wanted Councilmember Untalan to make the decision, and that's in quotes, as it was her district, not allowing any other council member to weigh in on the matter. This also sounds like extreme unethical behavior, end quote. Anyone who wants to see for themselves, the video of the meeting is still available online, as most of you know, and those comments start at 56 minutes, 18 seconds. It was Councilmember Ortiz who in fact spoke first before anybody else, and in part stated her thoughts that we didn't allow D1 to put who they wanted in the seat. I then commented in response to that. And my response was regarding that District 1 did put who they wanted in that seat through the election, and that was Mayor Pro Tem. And I said I was interested in hearing Mayor Pro Tem's thoughts, since her constituents are the ones who entrusted her to be their voice, and it would be her seat vacated. I never stated or even alluded that she should make the decision, and that is just completely ridiculous. As I know, no one council member can make a decision like that, and I don't feel it would be appropriate for one council member to make a decision like that. Councilmember Untalan then spoke and asked if the applicants could share more about themselves. And then at an hour, 8 minutes, 53 seconds, Mayor White then said, we're still on council comments. Once again, asking council for comments, encouraging input and dialogue. Councilmember Martinez then shared her thoughts. I spoke again because I hadn't thanked the candidates previously. I said, quote, all of your applications were great. An hour and 12 minutes and 4 seconds, Mayor White stated once again, the great applications, but no one's giving us opinions here. Mayor Pro Tem then says, if no one has any other comments, again encouraging comments, that she would like to make a motion. After she motioned, Mayor White again asked for comments at 1:13:07, and there being none, he asked for a roll call vote. I was the last of the council members to give my vote. So all 4 others had voted unanimously before I even spoke that night before I made my vote. The last person, I was the last person to vote. So how the conclusion was jumped to that I said Mayor Pro Tem should make the decision, or that I didn't allow any of my fellow council members to speak on the issue. I'm not sure how that happened, but I'm not only offended by these allegations not rooted in reality for myself, but for my fellow council members. These allegations imply that they have no voice or agency to speak up on issues their constituents trust them to advocate for, that they would sit back and not express their opinions and execute the job that they've been entrusted with, which is insulting and a shame. Additionally, trying to discredit somebody who was just appointed is disheartening. I welcome Mr. Gutierrez, and I hope this doesn't discourage anyone in the future from stepping up because they care about this city. But you could see how something like this definitely could discourage people from stepping up, to be just dragged into something. Last concern, and now you probably understand why I asked you to bear with me. In the email, the last part of it was about a get together after the last meeting, and it said, after the appointment, we were all seen, quotes, drinking and laughing at a single table. And this was, while we do not know what they were discussing, we believe I think they were in fact discussing future city council business and celebrating their victory in appointing Mr. Dominguez. End quote. Again, the only victory of that night was that I do believe that somebody was appointed that has a heart for the city, that is going to do good things for the city, that is motivated by wanting to make improvements here. But to classify what happened that night as celebrating a victory, I just want to let me contextualize this for everyone. I come from a world where you celebrate a colleague's last day. Expecting that Mayor Pro Tem would leave after she stepped down that evening, I invited her to dinner after the meeting. Yes, we did in fact laugh and she cried. Sorry to disclose that. But why this was twisted into something, for lack of a better word, as something shady, says more about the concerned residents than it does me. That night was also the first time I ever spoke to Councilmember Martinez outside of city council, besides when her mother passed and I sent condolences. There was no discussion of city business. Our discussion, since everyone must know, centered around what is next for Mayor Pro Tem and how this is the closing of a large chapter in her life. How moving on from her hometown is difficult and emotional, and life as a newlywed starting over. Lots of great conversation, but this concerned resident can rest assured that there was no talk about weed abatement or water rates. As for what I feel is the most serious allegation, that this was a victory, or to classify our dinner as a victory, that's probably the most upsetting part of it. We chose to dine in the middle of our small town because when you have nothing to hide, you hide nothing. It was a going away dinner, now painted as something ugly by a person with a suspicious mind. The one thing that I will agree with this person on is what they said in closing their letter, and that is, quote, perception is extremely important here. And that's true, and I understand that. I regret that in going to that dinner, I gave this person or anybody else the opportunity to be able to create this narrative. I'm new to this political sphere, as everybody knows, and I'm learning, and I'll definitely not make this mistake again of allowing somebody to have the opportunity to create their own narrative to something innocent like, hey, it's your last day, let's go to dinner. I've stated up here on a few occasions that I don't feel, council should be a time to address anything personal, that we need to get back to just discussing city business up here. The reason that I brought this up is because the email, the very title of the email was, an allegation that there was unethical behavior on my part. So that does affect the city because, if one of your council members is being accused of wrongdoing or unethical behavior, it is city business. So with that, I want to apologize for even having to address this. I really don't, but I also don't want to let something like this sit and fester and turn into an even bigger, false narrative. So I think that's all. I just want to close there. But yeah, thank you all for bearing with me. Thank you for listening. I pride myself in trying to make fair decisions, as I said, and I hope to continue to do that for the city of Greenfield. And should anybody at any time have questions, I don't know if I seem approachable. I probably don't, but you definitely can approach me and ask me questions. But just know that I asked right away about responding to the email, but we are advised to not respond to anonymous emails. So if you do email anonymously, you will not get a response. So I want to be clear about that. And that's all.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Wow, how to top that one off? So being somebody who has gone through so much nonsense, to call it nice and sweet, so proud of you, Councilwoman Rodriguez, because it takes a lot of heat just to be able to sit in these seats. And yeah, community always wants to make up their own stories of whoever we are, and sometimes they drag our families into this, and we're not gonna continue to get good candidates up in the council. We continue this nonsense. This gossip needs to stop. Just because people don't put their favorite person into this position, it needs to stop, and we need to work together. It's not just making me look bad. It's not making Mayor Pro Tem look bad. It makes the whole community of Greenfield look bad when you're constantly being on the news for nonsense, for ridiculous accusations. So I'm just giving a call out to the community. It needs to stop. And my only advice to you, Councilwoman Rodriguez, is that being here and being put through so much hell and back, you need to find a way to heal yourself and be happy with who you are, and don't let those comments affect you, even though I understand how important it is for you to address those issues. But hopefully people got a chance to see that, our audience today, that our constituents, that it takes a lot, especially as women. We're mothers, we have husbands, we have loved ones, and we're constantly put through this horrible situation of just attacks. But I find my peace and I don't let it bother me anymore. And people could say whatever they want about me. So I'm still going to look good, and I'm still going to be representing, because I know my heart is with the heart of the Valley. So I just wanted to throw that out there. My comments more or less is making sure that we, as the city of Greenfield, and I'm pretty sure, Chief, you're going to be doing something about it, but letting the public know about July 30th, how we're going to be doing the World Trafficking Day. So really working with the coalition to end human trafficking. I know that's a big issue, not just locally in our county, but nationwide. And I know that El Consulado Mexicano has been doing some work, different agencies. So we could start doing some sort of awareness or just trainings to the public, what to look for. And if anybody is caught in that situation or knows of anybody, please make sure to text and make sure that you text "Be Free" at 233-733. I repeat, "Be Free" to 233-733, and they will get you help. So we need to end this cycle of human trafficking, because it's affecting our communities. And I also want to talk about the Latino Conservation Week. I want to thank Jose for participating with the Latino Conservation Week. I know that many organizations, with the help of the Monterey Bay Aquarium, were able to do something in giving back to the community and really working on conservation. And so I was out there on our new park, which is not that new anymore, on 3rd Street, doing some cleanup with the youth. And I wanted the youth to be here. We only have one. The others didn't want to show up. I didn't want to be under pressure, but we did clean up. And the only thing that I just wanted to address with our Public Works Department, Jamie, is that I noticed that our park, and I think we brought this forward many times now, that our splash thingy that we had in that park is no longer working. And with this heat, we really need to focus some attention and funds to be able to bring that back, because I know it's needed for our little ones. And I did go into the restroom and I noticed that it's been a while that we don't have soap. And just as health reasons, I think that we need to be able to have soap dispensers in our restrooms, just to be able to keep everyone safe, especially our little ones. They're playing, they're getting dirty, they're eating paletas, whatever it is. But how can we just say we want them to be active and take care of the park and take care of themselves when we're not even, when we as a city are not even bringing that for them, making it available. So just FYI, we could work on that. And that is it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I want to mention something, hit on something that Councilmember Rodriguez said. On that last meeting, I stopped our Councilmember Rodriguez before she left, and I told her that we had a little discussion about what the public sees and how we do things and how we conduct ourselves. And I told her, it's our responsibility, something in those words that, we need to change that, because it's, people have a hard time trusting us or believing what we say, or, they think sometimes that we're out against them and doing things the way we want to do them. But we have to make decisions based on the facts that we have in front of us. And Councilmember Rodriguez, she agreed with me on that, but we have to change the tone. What happened after that, it was, I normally get home very late and I make it barely in time to the meeting. I normally go over to the restaurant here in town and grab a dinner. I walked in and I was on the phone, and the 3 ladies were in there having dinner. They weren't doing anything wrong. They were sitting there having dinner. I did walk up to them and I said, are you guys supposed to be doing this? Something like that. And they said, as long as we don't talk about city business, it's okay. And I said, okay, it's fine. Turned around. I decided not to get dinner after all. I just got a drink and talked to somebody that was in the restaurant and I left. I did contact the city manager and I told him about it because I said, I left because, and I talked to Mayor too, and I said, I left because all we need is somebody else to go in there and say, oh, all 4 council members were in there. And then the next thing you know, it's just going to be a big mess. So I did say something. So I just want that on the record. There's no reason to be, hiding things in. We have to be transparent about what happens. So that's my part on what happened. So anyway. So I did speak to City Manager Woods about possibly having a workshop of some sort. I do read a lot of what's happening on social media and there's a big concern of the community as why we don't have big box stores. I mean, it's something that always happens and people are always talking about it. And I really think it's important that we, relay this information to the community and let them know why we don't have these big box stores, what it's going to take for this to happen. Even if 2 people are in attendance, it doesn't matter. 20 people can be in attendance, but it's that the city's doing its part to get this information out there. So I'm hoping that, that the city can move forward on something like that. On August 12th, a Saturday, we'll have a meet and greet for the District 3. It'll be at Parkside Park. And it'll be from 10 to 12. We're going to have discussion and we'll be doing some raffles and getting to know people that are in District 3. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get flyers out to every home in District 3, but we'll do our best through city websites and people sharing a flyer, and hopefully, we get community members out there. So again, that's on August 12th at Parkside Park, and it's from 10 to 12. On another note, tomorrow there'll be an event at the Steinbeck Center. Assembly Speaker Rivas will be there, and it'll be from 5 to 7, I believe, or 6 to 8, not quite sure. But for all those that like to go, it's open to the public and you can go over there and attend. I was invited to a private event here in Greenfield, and I will be attending as city manager. So I just want to make sure that everybody on the council knows that. I don't have too much information right now on it, but as soon as after I attend, then I'll go ahead and let you all know at the next meeting. And let me see. I did attend the rodeo. I was sponsored to be a committee member for the Salinas, California rodeo. It is really a great event. A lot of money goes back into the community, just not in Salinas, but all throughout Monterey County. The attendance was fantastic. There was a lot of people there. And so I'm really excited about helping them out more as the years go by. That should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
All righty. My last council comments. I have a big sign on my paper that says try not to cry. So I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm a big crybaby and it's just how I'm built. But first and foremost, I want to thank the community of Greenfield for putting their trust in me, not just once, but twice elected. District 1, the first time we went to districts was the history in the making. And I was fortunate enough to be reelected. So I really want to thank the community for putting their faith in me and obviously thinking that I was doing a great job because they reelected me. So thank you, Greenfield. I also want to thank the city and the staff, all of you guys that are out there day in, day out, working for our community, doing what you have to do, fire department, public works, police department, everyone in in the Civic Center, Rec Center, everybody that just tries to make our community that much more better. A lot has changed since I was elected in 2018 and it's a lot thanks to our council and a lot more thanks to staff and everyone that's behind the scenes that we don't always see. I want to thank my family. Sorry. My late husband for pushing me. And he's the reason why I sit up here. But my boys for believing in me. And my Julian for not letting me quit. It's been definitely a love-hate relationship with this seat, but I would not trade it for the world because it has definitely showed me how strong I could be. And like, as a woman, as a mother, as an advocate. And so thank you guys. And Adan, thank you for your support. This past year has been crazy and exciting, but and you're the reason why I'm leaving, but but thank you. And I don't want to leave on anything negative. I know that I have been very controversial at times, but I want to state that everything that I've done has been out of the love for my community. Every decision that I've ever made has been what has been best for my community. I was born and raised here, and like I stated last city council meeting, special meeting, I'm probably going to be back later on in life, but my heart is really with the heart of the belly. And I was really trying hard to look up a quote to leave you all with in this bittersweet moment for me. But I couldn't find anything that I felt really spoke from my perspective. And so I'm going to say this, and I'm sure it's been said before, but I'm going to leave with anything done with love is always worth doing. And this job I have done with love. And it was worth doing. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hard to follow that. All right, I have a few things. I want to say thank you to Felix Cortez and KSBW for the 2 positive news pieces regarding Greenfield. One news piece was regarding housing a couple weeks ago, and another yesterday regarding commercial development and our developer-friendly planning department. Great to see upbeat news regarding our city. I want to remind everyone about the cooling stations at the Science Center during these warm summer days. National Night Out is next Tuesday at Gazebo Park. It's a community building campaign that promotes partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie in a positive atmosphere. So it starts about 5 o'clock next Tuesday night with lots of prizes and lots of giveaways. So if you get a chance, please attend. I would like to request a report by the Greenfield Community Science Workshop. It would be good to hear about all the many activities this summer that were paid for by the California State Parks Outdoor Conservation Grant. We as council seen some great pictures from the events, but it would be great for the community to get an overview of the program and all the things that have happened this summer. So if you could put that on the agenda, please. And finally, thank you to Angela. We've worked together almost 5 years, and we've been through a lot together. And we thank you very much for your service to Greenfield. All right, let's move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one action of the city council. Almost like request for removal for discussion or explanation if received prior to the time council votes on the motion to adopt. And I will open for public comments on the consent. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So move.
I need a second.
Second.
And moved in second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. All right, thank you. Now we'll move to city council business, swearing in council member Luis Dominguez. And right. Move on to proclamations in the city council, city of Greenfield honoring Mayor Pro Tem Antoine. Read this proclamation of the city council, city of Greenfield honoring Mayor Pro Tem Angela Antoine. Whereas Angela Antoine has served as an elected member of the city council from November 2018 to July 2023, serving as the Mayor Pro Tem from December 2020 to July 2023. And whereas these years of service have been marked by exemplary dedication to the best interests of the community, as she has worked constantly for the betterment of its economic, cultural, and aesthetic development. Whereas she has earned the admiration and regard of those who she has come into contact and the affection of her fellow public servants. And whereas her performance of the duties and responsibilities as member of the city council has been characterized by excellent and constructive contributions to municipal government in our city. Now, therefore, we proclaim that the city council, city of Greenfield, and on behalf of all our community members, does hereby express our sincere appreciation and thanks to Angela Antoine for her distinguished service to the community and highly commended for her manner in which she has carried out her duties and responsibilities. Congratulations.
More.
It's Anna Velasquez, you know, yeah, come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members of the council. I apologize, I didn't want to do such a public comments because I just see that we did have an acknowledgement, but so apologize if it's, I hope you do that.
This is perfect. Thank you.
Yes, but thank you so much. Thank you for the contribution to the Mayor Pro Tem, on behalf of the And also on behalf of community elected teachers, Robert Lima. And I also want to congratulate my newly appointed council member, congratulations. We do have a certificate of appreciation for the years of service, for, Council Mayor for them, so we also have a proclamation, and unfortunately it didn't arrive on time, but I do want to read, from the proclamation, because it will become generally this time. So whereas Angela Antoine has served as an elected member of the city council from November of 2018 to July of 2023, serving as a mayor pro tem from December of 2020 to July of 2023. And whereas these years of service have been marked by exemplary dedication to the best interest of the community of people, as we have worked constantly for the betterment of the economic, cultural, and aesthetic development of the city. Whereas she has earned the admiration and high regard of those who she has come into contact, including myself, and the affection of the fellow public servants. And whereas her performance of the duties and responsibilities as a member of the city council has been characterized by constructive contribution to municipal government in our city. We also recognize her countless contributions on the different boards that she was part of, such as the Cleveland Valley Solid Waste Authority, the Association of Monterey Bay Area Government. She is also an alternate Monterey City Transit, and also serves on the South Cleveland Valley Law Authority. She was also one of our guest speakers when we have our history program here at the city. With Senator Caballero here in the city of Greenfield, in my opinion, for I was in a public service sector of that. To the beginning, he also has countless hours of volunteer work, with members of population 68 community, also Greenfield is still close to a basketball for 2 years and volleyball for taking civil rights to the contribution. He was also on the application. So he also worked at the Little Faithful Challenge to Library Support. So again, congratulations on the next journey. We wish you much happiness and success. And it was an amazing honor to be able to get to know you as a public servant. I'm the district director for the Caballero, but I'm not the leader of the state of Florida. So the elected official, I understand your early festival. And put together, Angela contributed to a lot of times they didn't want to focus on people something that we want to change because it's something that was happening. And I would not have this about in many cases about community, but it's always about how we improve it always like our residents. So with that, congratulations on the next journey. And really seeing a lot of success. And I also want to take a moment to also thank and congratulate the city of Greenfield on behalf of Senator Caballero for the district earmark provided by Senator Caballero to the city for finance of $1 million to be used for the radio and transmission. We look forward to being here celebrating with the city of Greenfield along with Senator Caballero. And with that, I want to do that to the certificate of acknowledgement.
I have one more actually, Angela. Is there anyone from Supervisor Lopez's office here? If not, I will read this. Member of the Board of Supervisors in the County of Monterey, State of California, resolution number 0010-23. Adopt a resolution honoring Angela Antoine for her years of dedicated public service to the city of Greenfield. Whereas Angela Antoine served as elected member of the city council from November 2018 to July 2023, serving as mayor pro tem from December 2020 to July 2023. And whereas Angela Antoine effectively represented the city of Greenfield on the following public agencies: Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, Monterey Salinas Transit, South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority. And whereas her years of service have been marked by an exemplary dedication to the best interest of the community, as she has worked constantly for the betterment of its economic, cultural, and aesthetic development. And whereas Angela Antoine was an integral part of the South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority, which is a bi-municipality joint powers agreement that was formed in May of 2022. And the ultimate goal of South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority is to deploy open access municipal broadband across Soledad, Gonzales, Greenfield, King City, and the unincorporated District 3, Monterey County. And whereas Angela Angelon earned the admiration and high regard of those who she has come into contact and the affection of her fellow public servants, and whereas her performance of the duties and responsibilities as a member of the Greenfield City Council has been characterized by excellent and constructive contributions to municipal government in our city. Now therefore be it proclaimed that Chris Lopez, member of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, hereby recognizes Angela Antelon for her years of dedicated public service to the city of Greenfield. Signed this 25th day of July, 2023. Congratulations.
Mayor, and if I may, I have another recognition and I'm gonna have to step down there to give it to Mayor Pro Tem in my other capacity. Now I'm down here as a community organizer with Stateside State Schools. This is a group that has been working up and down the valley, working on environmental justice issues. And we've been having certificate of appreciation, thousands of thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Angela Antelon Martinez for her activities that have contributed to the reduction of pesticide harms in the Salinas Valley. And before I give it to Mayor Pro Tem, I really want to make sure that the public understands the magnitude of having elected officials in those seats that are going to be protecting not just the policy decisions that we make, but also the environmental justice issues. And when Mayor Pro Tem has a chance to really advocate to the community and making sure that not just for constituents, but also public works is protected at the same time by making sure that we were able to ban glyphosate Roundup from our local park. This was about 3 years ago, and it was a huge step that he was very progressive in making that move and really making sure that our community is safe. Now you're able to enjoy the park, take your family, and protect also our employees. So again, as a huge champion of environmental justice, we want to give you the recognition really important.
Okay, I just want to say thank you to everyone. It's been a journey, and just hearing the words out loud, I didn't realize how much I did. It's definitely bittersweet. And yeah, I really don't have much to say anymore. I felt like I said everything on, on my council comments, but Mr. Dominguez, the best of luck to you. I know you're gonna do great. You have a heart of gold, and as past Mayor Pro Tem Torres had told me, and she's the one who kind of nudged me into getting into city politics. When you're up there, you have to make the best decision for your community, even if it's not the best decision for you or your family. And that really stuck to me. So thank you for your guidance, former Mayor Huerta. Thank you so much for your guidance as well. I know there was many times where I didn't know how to navigate certain issues, and I would call you, and you definitely pick up and help out and, give me your advice. So I want to thank you too. And good luck to the new council. I think good things are coming. So I have a lot of faith in this council. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, are we able to say comments? Are we gonna open it for the public? Just for those that probably connected or those that have additional comments?
if there's anyone who would like to do additional comment, I'm just about to. Do that. Any other comments? Yeah, public comments. Go ahead.
Thank you. I like this microphone a lot better. Thank you much, Mayor White, for this opportunity. I think it's, I think with my experience as the former mayor of Greenfield, I think, having a process where you have somebody step down and then somebody take that seat. This is all, under the state of California and all the regulations towards, appointments. And so you guys done a good job with that in the correct way. I think I need to say that. And then also, just the service from Angela Antolon as a council member and then becoming the mayor pro tem. It's not easy, the public, being the public servant as you all are right now. And she had a huge challenge in her family. Most people, I think, would have probably just said, I got to go home and take care of my family. But she did. And that says a lot about her. She's a Greenfield girl. I remember when my sons were coming up in YMCA in basketball, she was out there coaching her and her husband, John. And so, it was great to see her as a council member. I think you gave a little hint earlier about, maybe someday coming back. I like that. That's definitely something, that's why we're here. This is called democracy. And so I just think I never turn back, but I will today. And thank you, Angela, for your service to the community of Greenfield. You did a fabulous job. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mayor White.
Any other comments?
Also, I want to thank Angela for everything that she's done. And yes, I told her one time, if you want to change what's going on in the city of Greenfield, you need to run for city council. And I'm glad I told her that because she made a great council person and a wonderful mayor pro tem. And she's just a wonderful person who would never, ever break the rules that the city council has in place. And I trust her with my children, with my life, just like because she's just a beautiful, wonderful person. And I wish our new council member the best of luck. And just remember what I told you. Do not follow any group. Do the best thing for your community and your district.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Anyone else? Okay. There is one online. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone, and good evening. I think most of everything was said about Angela, a great person to work with, I know that sometimes we didn't agree on some things, but she kept it up, I'm doing the best for my city. She had no problem in telling me that. But anyways, I want to wish her the best of luck, and I'd like to welcome Mr. Dominguez. And as, someone mentioned, make sure you follow your instincts. Not any of the members, the council members. You will be in my district. You will hear, some of my concerns as Ms. Antolon did. And I will be looking forward to meet you someday. Again, thank you and welcome.
Right. Anyone else? If not, I will go ahead and declare a 15-minute recess. Let's have some refreshments and we'll resume in about 15 minutes.
Mayor, sorry, I thought we were gonna be able to give council comments, if that's okay, sorry. I just didn't use my council comments for that because I know that we had it agendized, so I wanted to really make sure and
Okay,
address
go
that.
ahead. That's fine.
So, sorry about that, Mayor. I didn't use my council comments for that because I know that it was agendized, Mayor Pro Tem, but I really want to wish you the best. I don't want you to think I didn't forget you. It's just that this piece in the agenda was set for you and to make you feel special because you are. No, thank you for your service to the community, and Julian, Adrian, Roman, thank you for lending us your mom for quite some time. I know sometimes mom wasn't at home to do dinners or doing those late stories with you all, but thank you for having your mom be a part of this family for quite some time. I'm gonna miss these wonderful little constituents. Come back and visit us like your mom said. But Angela, you have been such an amazing woman. When I had my tough moments, meaning when my husband was sick and when my mother passed away, you were there. You were not there just as a friend, you were there as my councilwoman, my mayor pro tem, and that's something that I treasure, and I will honor you forever. The legacy that you left in Greenfield, the impact, because you were at every event that I hosted in the community. You were there giving back to the women, giving back to the youth. You always made time for your community, and that's rare to find nowadays with elected officials. So from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you for your service.
Anyone else from council? All right, now we'll have a recess.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody ready? All right. I'd like to call a meeting back to order, please. Move to item I3, selection of a mayor pro tem. Staff report.
Really, at staff report, it's just the decision between among the city council who they select as their mayor pro tem.
Okay. We had the resignation, of course, of the mayor pro tem. So now we need to select a new mayor pro tem. I would like to mention or promote Councilwoman Ortiz. She is an elected councilwoman from District 3. Has been attending meetings off and on for many years. And she has been to the League of Cities councilman classes, and I think she could fill in admirably as mayor pro tem. But that's open for discussion.
Yeah, look at the public comment first.
Sure, go ahead. This is really just a council business, actually. So there usually isn't council comment. There isn't usually public comments on this.
But I think we could make the motion to just allow the public to comment, right? If the majority of the council is in favor.
What do you?
You
What do
know,
you
and on this item, I do think because you're making a decision, it would be a good idea to take public comment.
Okay,
So that would be my.
all right, go. Then let's go ahead. And take
But
public comment.
Mayor, before you do, after you announce public comment for items not on the agenda, I did want to actually discuss public comment for the benefit of the public. And I missed my opportunity, so I was hoping I could do that now.
Sure, go right ahead.
So I did want to remind the public that this is a city council meeting for the council. So this is a meeting that's, although it's open to the public, it's a meeting with the intent that the city council can conduct their business. And so they do ask for public comment and they do consider and listen to public comment. But it's not an opportunity for a dialogue between public commenters and the city council. It's an opportunity for them to just listen. So if there are public commenters that do have questions, they can contact city staff any Monday through Friday during business hours, that includes the city manager, any of the department heads. But the city council doesn't necessarily answer questions from the dais. I would also like to remind public commenters that they do have 3 minutes only. And it's 1 3-minute period for each item on the agenda, and that all public comment must come from the podium. So with that, yeah. That's
All right, very good. I will go ahead and open up public comments then.
My public comment is, I think it should be the longest sitting council member, which is Yaneli Martinez. That's how I feel for Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel that, as previously mentioned, the longest serving council member should, in my opinion, at least fulfill the seat of mayor pro tem, but not just that, but also because of from firsthand experience, seeing them and their active role in the community, seeing them fit for the position of mayor pro tem. Thus, I think Councilmember Martinez would sufficiently fulfill the role of mayor pro tem as I have seen them. And many of my peers have seen her throughout the community actively involved, and being here the longest time, I think she would fulfill the role. Thank you.
Okay, here's my 2 cents worth. I agree with Avelina that Yaneli should definitely be mayor pro tem. She's been up there longer than anybody else. She's done probably more for our community than probably anyone else up there. I mean, yeah, I've disagreed with a lot of things that she's done. But that being said, she's done a lot for the community. And it's like, there's a saying that I use every once in a while. There's good people who I thought were good people that've done bad things. And there's bad people who I deem bad people have done good things. But I think Yaneli deserves to be mayor pro tem. She's been up there longest. She's got tenure on all you guys. So, yeah, that should be taken into consideration. So.
Anyone else from the audience? I see one hand raised. Let's go.
Go ahead, Beatrice.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, hold on a second, let me turn one off. I'm sorry, I was having difficulty right here with my computer, so I had to get on my phone. I agree with the comments that just were made with a few people. I think that the person that should be the pro tem should be the longest one. And I also want to say, Mayor, I am very surprised that you would even try to make the motion and said, do we do it? You as a mayor has been there for a while, but then yet you forgot that on the last one, we had public comments for the appointment. So I just wanted to go ahead and address that. But me, myself, I think that Yaneli Miss Martinez, I'm sorry, should be the next pro tem. She's been there the longest. I think that Councilmember Ortiz and Councilmember Rodriguez have been there, but I don't feel comfortable enough that they would be a pro tem as of now. And definitely not Mr. Dominguez for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening. Sorry, I had to work late today. So with regard to the pro tem appointment, since we're in this era of new faces on the council, I think Ms. Martinez has served as pro tem before, and that it's time to give somebody else a shot at it. And I think we would be remiss not to recall that, I'm sorry to say this, but you were censured recently, and that is a public reprimand. And I think that would send a mixed signal out to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Clavia, and I wanted to mention that I've been to many council meetings here before, and I have to say that I've found that Councilmember Ortiz has always been very respectful of the public. And I feel like she has sincere intentions to help our community. So I do support the mayor's motion to nominate Councilmember Ortiz to be mayor pro tem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the community? Any other public comments? Now I'll bring it back to council for comments.
Yes, I have a comment. I'm tired of being politically correct and allowing certain dynamic to happen in the council. I'm shocked, Mayor, because last time around, you did address the issue that you were more comfortable having a Mayor Pro Tem, either Mayor Pro Tem Montalban or myself, because we were the longest in the council. So I don't understand where you're coming from with your decision tonight. But I'm done being polite. When I need to feel like, I need to call out people, I will. I've been in this for too long. I've been giving a lot to my community. People could say whatever they want to say about whatever they saw in social media, what they heard. Yes, I was censored, but that doesn't stop me from having this position and being able to be Mayor Pro Tem. I confidently think that I would be fit for this position because I have been out there in the community, not just recently, but for quite some time. I know my community. So that is my comment. And in regards to let other people serve, Mayor Pro Tem Montalban did serve 2 consecutive Mayor Pro Tems. So that shouldn't be any different for the discussion for tonight. But again, I am done with allowing people to say what they want to say and not comment about it. So those are my comments. I do feel that I earned my seat for Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other comments? I just want to say the fact that you were censured was one of the factors involved in my promoting someone else to serve in that position. It's not anything personal. You and I have served together for many, many years and known each other for many years. It's just, I agreed with the public comment. The mixed signal that we would be sending is a concern to me. I can support that also. I was just trying to find some alternatives after the actions that the council took earlier this year. It's just one of those things that we need to move on through. So I would support Ariana as Mayor Pro Tem also. So any other comments from council? You're getting trial by fire here. No comment. All right.
I just think that it's an appointment, just like any other appointment that we have here, with all of us sitting here. It's not going to change how we vote, what we do, or, what we do, okay? So it's whoever sits there, that's fine with me. I'm not here to try to be on some contest about who's more popular, who's more qualified or anything like that. You know what? It's just whoever sits there, sits there. It's not going to change the dynamics of how we're voting. So it would be a privilege, but if it's not me, then it's not me. I'm still going to go home and go to sleep tonight. I'm still going to continue to do the work that I'm doing in the community and still volunteering and still attending committees. So, do what you want, take a vote. If you guys, put me out, if you want to vote right now, put it up there. Make a motion. I'll make a motion for myself. You don't want to vote, then we'll make a motion for Ariana and we'll put it like that and keep on going until we get a consensus here. It's it. There's nothing to be mad about. There's nothing to have hard feelings about. Nothing. It's just a vote, just like we vote any other day. That's all it is. And again, like I said, the public's perception of us being up here, not even agreeing on something like this, it sets a bad tone for us, and we've got to change that. And I don't know how others to tell you guys that, we need to change it. People are watching, they're here, they're on social media and they're looking, and it shouldn't be this. It's a big deal for somebody who sits there, but again, it does not change the way that we vote. Other than if something happens to Mayor White, somebody has to get up and make, hold the meeting for the day. I mean, I don't need a title to do the right thing and to serve the public. I don't need one. So I'll make a motion. I make a motion to appoint Rachel Ortiz for Mayor Pro Tem.
Do I have a second? Second on that? All right.
All right, I'll make another motion. Make a motion to appoint, oh,
It was seconded?
No, it was not.
Oh, it was not second. Okay.
make a motion to appoint Ariana Rodriguez as Mayor Pro Tem.
I will second that motion. Need a roll call vote, please, Ann?
Councilmember Rodriguez? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Councilmember Ortiz,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Abstain.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Dominguez, and Mayor White.
Yes. All right, congratulations.
Congratulations. I wasn't, see how easy that was?
Okay. We will now move into mayor's presentation, proclamation, communications, and resolutions. Proclamation for Tina Martinez, Greenfield Planning Commission. Proclamation of City Council, City of Greenfield honoring Planning Commissioner Tina Martinez. Whereas Tina Martinez has served on the Greenfield Planning Commission for over 20 years. And whereas Ms. Martinez's leadership as commissioner, chair, vice chair during a time of change and growth has had great impact and the value of the city and its citizens. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the Greenfield City Council salutes and thanks Tina Martinez for her professional services on the Greenfield Planning Commission. And know that citizens of this community appreciate her contributions and her dedication to the successful completion of many developments which have taken place in the city during her tenure. Congratulations, Tina.
Oh, my goodness.
City staff, the community development department, we work really hard with the planning commission. The women have, it says dedicated service, city of Greenfield planning commitment, awarded to Tina Martinez, and the dedication of the community, and the contribution to the development.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this recognition. I just want you folks to know that it has been such an honor to serve the city of Greenfield as a planning commissioner. I have enjoyed it so much. I've enjoyed working with the planning commission and working with individuals throughout the years. And I guess it's been a lot of years here that really put the community of Greenfield first. So it has been a true honor. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you for your service. All right, item J2, presentation, fire station renovation and addition concept report.
Make sure I'm on, and I think Ed is bringing it up. So as we're waiting for that, just wanted to ask a little favor, Mayor. I know that we don't normally accept public comment during presentations, but I do have a few people that would like to address the council regarding this matter. So if you're okay with that, then if you would just call for that after I'm done.
Sure. Actually, I think we'll make it a part of your presentation. So
okay,
should be fine.
Excellent. Thank you. So appreciate you allowing me to do this. But what this presentation is about I guess, the state of our fire station. So as the fire chief, you pay me to make sure that you're aware of certain situations
and that you can make good decisions going forward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you about our fire station, some of the challenges that we're having, some of the information that we've received during a architectural conceptual design report, and just share with you some information and hopefully open up some dialogue between yourself and myself. So, well, I did the wrong thing there. And I push. You're back. There we go. Okay, so I wanted to start real briefly with a little bit of history of the fire department, because I think it's relevant to what we're talking about tonight. Because if you understand how the fire department of Greenfield came about, you'll understand its importance and I guess what it means to the community. So on January 17th, 1937, there was a fire that occurred at 317 7th Street. And that was the Travinetti family. And it was a Sunday evening. It would started, I shouldn't say evening, night. It happened around 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night. And it started in the back of the house. At that time, Greenfield, the city of Greenfield, did not have a fire department. And to the best of my knowledge, the city of King did not have one either. When the family discovered the fire, the father ran to the back of the house and grabbed a garden hose, attempted to extinguish it from the outside, and a mother and a young boy in tow went into the kitchen on the other end to, I don't know if she was attempting to put it out with a pan of water or what was going on. But both her and her son perished in the fire. And I'm getting this information directly from the newspaper report that came out. I believe it was the Greenfield Times that was the newspaper at that period of time. And that newspaper was actually published on January 21st. And I'm bringing that up because, one, it tells the story of the fire. And then it talks about the memorial service that was ensuing. It also mentioned that there were 2 forestry fire engines that came from King City, but they weren't able to arrive in time. So that's my understanding is that was a U.S. Forest Service, not even a city or CDF at that time. Also in that same newspaper article, and it's kind of interesting to see it, there's a public announcement. And it has a little silhouette of a firefighter on there. And in that public announcement, it's calling for a public meeting to organize a fire plan in the city of Greenfield. So what happened there is they realized that, hey, we need to do something. We had a tragedy, and this is the type of thing that can happen again. Fortunately, it maintained or it contained itself to one house. Back at that time, it wasn't uncommon to have a structure fire turn into 2 or 3 fires. So they held the public meeting, and then from there, we've been going through the archives, and I've pieced things together the best that I can. And sometime during 1938, they formed a fire department. It was just a community fire department, and I'm assuming that the money that they used to purchase their first fire engine came from donations. The best that I can tell is they're not a fire station, and was not uncommon during those times where either the fire engine would stay in a farmer's barn, and it was his job to take the fire engine to the fire if they got a call, or they would take turns and they'd pass it around, and someone would have a fire engine in their driveway or in front of their house. And how they would notify each other is usually through a phone tree, where they'd get the call, and then the wife would stay back and call the next person, and then they would go to the fire in their private vehicle. November 4th, they realized that we need to make this official, and they actually formed the fire district. So the Greenfield Fire Protection District was formed November 4th, 1940. From 1940 to 1948, the best that we can tell, that fire engine was sitting in front of somebody's house. And around 1948, they actually drew up plans and built a fire station. And that's the fire station at the area of 9th and Oak Street. That fire station stayed in service until 1998. And I'll just throw out there right now that the typical life of a fire station is anywhere from 50 to 60 years, with a remodel somewhere midlife in there because things change. I'm assuming, looking at the building that is the old fire station, that one of the reasons that they had to build another fire station, just the size of the fire apparatus is much larger. And it was probably becoming a tight fit, putting it inside that fire station there. In addition to that, I actually came across something today where they had an architectural study done on that after the Loma Prieta quake to see how it fared. So I guess it shook down here pretty good in 1989 as well. In 1997, they started to build the current fire station, and it went into service in 1998. And when it was built as an all volunteer fire station, which meant that they didn't house people in there 24/7. People would respond from their house to the fire station, jump in the fire apparatus and then go to the call. So its needs and its uses were much different at the time. Although the footprint of the fire station and the location of the fire station was done very well and placed very strategically. It's right near the freeway, and it's very close to downtown. In 2002, the first full-time firefighter was hired, and then in between there, I want to bring up a couple of big fires that happened in the city. And again, I think it kind of goes back to when we think of the fire department. And I'll tell you that people don't think about the fire department until you need the fire department. And then when you need the fire department, you need the fire department. Other than that, we are just kind of in the background there. In 1989, they had a fire on 7th Street in an area that was described as the old candy factory. So I'm not familiar with that, but they had an old candy factory that they had converted into housing, and 7 people perished in that fire. And it happened later in the evening, and the response, I think, wasn't probably what was needed at the time, and that started some of the talks about hiring full-time. 1995, 6 years later, there was another fire that happened, and this house is still around, and 3 children died in that, and that was not long after Christmas, and that was actually in the day. And I've talked to people about that and had people tell me in the community, tell me about that fire. And I'm sure a lot of you that have been here a long time remember that. And I know that furthered the discussion that maybe it's time to start looking at full-time staff. And what has happened nationally is that volunteers are harder and harder to get. And the reason for that is because the amount of training and dedication that's required to be a firefighter is tremendous. Legally, a volunteer firefighter is required to have the same training and knowledge for their safety that a career firefighter is. And I've had people that were longtime volunteers describe it as the most intense hobby you could ever want because of what's required. Okay, with that being said, one of the things that I wanted to make you aware of is that a fire station, according to the Health and Safety Code of the state of California, is what is considered an essential services building. And there are certain types of facilities that are essential services building, and they're things like police stations, dispatch centers, EOCs, and fire stations. And so what does that mean? Well, that's interpreted in the building code. And I'm quoting the 2022 building code, which was adopted. But in talking to our building official, who's been a building official since the 80s, he said comfortably, this language has been around for at least 30 years. And pretty much what it means is that an essential services building is required to be constructed in a way that it can survive a disaster. And the reason for that is that a lot of your problems happen after the disaster occurs. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. Okay, so we've talked about the history of the fire station. We've talked about the fact that it's been in service for 25 years. It was built for an all-volunteer force, but now we're going to talk a little bit about some of the nitty and gritty things of a 25-year-old building. The first thing that I want to bring up is that the building is pretty much the same. So that means that all of its what I would call building infrastructure or major mechanical or electrical equipment is original. So your heating and ventilation is the same. Your radio dispatch system is the same. Your garage doors, your garage door openers, those things are all original. The reason why that's important and included in your staff report did include the architect's report. I don't know if you guys consider that good reading or not, but in their estimation, and they really didn't tell us anything that we weren't aware of, this equipment is coming to end of life. And that means a couple of things. One, at some point we can expect to need to replace it. And two, we can only repair it so much because when a piece of equipment gets to end of life, they quit making parts for it. So what will typically happen, they quit making parts, then they try and salvage parts, and then at some point you have to do something about it. In addition to that, because the station was built for an all-volunteer force at the time, they didn't have a lot of the needs that they needed for a full-time or a career fire department. So one of the things that you'll notice, and if you've been up there, there's limited administrative space. As you know, my office is down the hall here. It's not ideal. We do have an area that we have modified and tried to make it usable. But we're getting by with it. But if we add any additional staff, and at some point, if we do add a fire prevention officer, it's going to be a challenge to do that, because right now the deputy chief, the captain, and the firefighters all use the same space. There's no place for meetings. There's no place for private conversations, and typical things that management needs to take care of. In addition to that, there's one shower in this facility. And I just throw out to you, we staff 4 people 24/7 in that station, and they work 48-hour shifts, which means that they can expect to take at least one shower. In your home, most homes today have at least 2 to 2.5 showers. And then we're going to talk about some of the reasons why that matters here in a little bit. The other thing that was discovered during the report was that the apparatus bay is not up to seismic standards, and we'll show you specifically what the engineer said in his report there. Okay, now one of the things that I wanted to bring up is that the city has put quite a bit into this. So we went from a fire protection district to a city fire department in July 1, 2018. And as most people know, the reason for that is that the fire district was having some financial challenges. As a result of that, those financial challenges, there was a lot of deferred maintenance, both on apparatus and on facilities. So if you remember, when I first got here, I think Mayor White, and I definitely remember Councilmember Martinez, remember me come up here begging for the community block grant money to purchase a new fire engine because we were having trouble keeping our fire apparatus in service. Well, some similar thing now, and I want to make sure that I'm perfectly clear on something. So in no way am I saying that the fire district or the firefighters or anything did anything negative. They did the best that they could at the time with what they had. And they really did. And it was a testament that they were able to keep things going as well as they did. But unfortunately, if you can't repair things, things get worse. One of the issues that they'd had, my understanding was like pretty close to the building of that fire station is they had roof leaks. And we had them in multiple spots. And if you look at your monitor there, you can see some of them. The most prominent areas were in the administrative area, in the separation wall between the apparatus bay, up by the front of the fire station, then back by some other doors. Now, because this had been going on, and we looked in there a little bit, we were under suspicion, and we were right that there was black mold, which meant that we had to have an industrial hygienist come in and determine where the black mold was. And that was a health consideration because we have people living in that fire station 24/7. Now, this was actually turned out to be a 2-year project to track down these leaks in the roof. We involved our insurance company. We worked with SSB Building and got on a first name basis with their roof guy. He got sick of me calling him because we were trying to figure this out. And so to actually get this thing solved, again, took a forensic engineer. So it was a guy that specialized in tracking this. So he spent like a day and a half crawling around the roof and crawling around the fire station to find the points where it came in so that they could seal it up. Because there was no sense in doing any type of the mold abatement until we had the leaks solved, and they did do that. When they did do that, we shut the fire station down, and we also had to have it fumigated. So there for, I think, like 3 or 4 days, we actually had a crew in a rented travel trailer at Yanks RV park living there while the fire station had the work done. If you look at your pictures, there's just some pictures showing some of the results of the leaks that were going on there, and you'll see them throughout the fire station. And there we go. And this is a picture from the mold abatement. And what was interesting about the mold abatement is that when they opened up some of the walls, they found that there'd been multiple leaks and they'd been going in different places trying to repair this. So this had been an ongoing problem. And I can tell you that we still have some minor leaks in there as well. So as much as we try and as much as we stay on top of it, it's expected to be an ongoing issue. What I did want to show you, though, is that this was not cost-free. We did get our insurance company involved in this, and they covered a certain portion. They covered the abatement and they covered the forensic engineer, but they did not cover the roof repair. And when it was all said and done, the city actually spent $74,000 repairing that roof. Okay, another consideration with this fire station is our sleeping area. So currently they sleep in the upstairs area. When the station was built, that area was intended to be kind of like a gathering spot. I think they had a pool table or a foosball table or something like that. And it was kind of like a little social area for the volunteers to hang out in. And frankly, to encourage them to hang out in the fire station, because if they're there and they get a call, you get a quicker response. But as career staff came in, it was converted into a sleeping area. And initially, and at the time that the city took it over, it was an open area. And if you look at the two pictures on your right-hand side, you'll see that's what it was. There were 2 Murphy beds on one side, and then on the other, there were 2 single beds in there. Well, as you know, the fire department's becoming more diversified. We have had female firefighters, and just in general, it's just becoming a better practice to have more privacy in sleeping areas. So what we came up with is we had these shift cabinets built to create some separation, and then we put in some hospital curtains, and that was budgeted. That came in, was part of the budget when they took over, and that I believe we were given like $30,000, and we took that and did what we could with that. Now I'll tell you that those shift cabinets that we had them built in a way so that they could be dismantled so that if they ever needed to be relocated, we wouldn't lose that money. Now, one of the issues with kind of an open area is that there's not very good ventilation. And as we know from the pandemic that we just went through, ventilation is important. Now, let me relate that to what that means as a fire department. And this was kind of one of the things that I was worried about or stressed about during the pandemic. And that is that a pandemic means that it's global, right? So it's not just affecting Greenfield or your city, it's everywhere. So that means that every fire department everywhere is in the same boat. So it's not like if we have something and it goes through our firefighting force that, we can look to Soledad to have them fill us because they're probably going to be going through the same thing as well. One of the recommendations from the CDC is that you have good ventilation in there, and obviously improved ventilation with some type of a remodel and with a new HVAC system would improve that, as well as having separate rooms in there as well. Now, am I going to tell you that separate rooms is going to resolve all the transmissions? Of course I can't, but it probably makes sense to try and to do what you can. And I'm not, I don't have a Ouija board in front of me, but I can pretty much tell you that this is not the last pandemic that we're going to see. Okay, another challenge for us is our meeting space. So currently, when we have a group training, or even if we have any type of public training, we have to do it someplace else. And there's just a couple of pictures there on the left-hand side. One is our annual CPR class where we utilize the community center. And then the other one was actually when we were getting trained to administer the vaccinations during the pandemic. We held it in the apparatus bay. The picture on the right-hand side is a picture of a meeting room that's in a fire station, probably the newest fire station in the county, which is up in the East Garrison area. For regional fire department. And it's pretty typical of what you see in there. And what it does, it allows us to do a couple of things. One, it allows the fire department to have an area to sit down and train. We do, a lot of our training is hands-on, and we do utilize the training center. Hopefully you see our firefighters out there, but there are times when we need to come together and we have like more of a classroom type of setting. In addition to that, those locations are typically used as a community meeting space as well. And I think right now the only community meeting space that I'm aware of is at the library. So they could be used by like a Little League or, different groups that need to get together. So it isn't just a fire department asset, it's a community asset. I think we've hit on the showers and the restrooms and some of the challenges. I'm going to talk about some of the issues with that in a second, but I also wanted to just have you take a look at those pictures, and we'll talk about the general condition of the station as well. But this picture was taken like about 9:30 in the morning, which means that our routine firehouse cleaning is done. So they mop and clean that fire station every day. And if you take a look at that urinal is not dirty. That's a clean urinal, and that floor is clean. That's just what 25 years of wear and tear looks like, and it just gives you an idea of what's going on in there. Now, currently, our workout area, and as you know, physical fitness is an important part of being a firefighter. One, so that they can perform their duties. Two, it prevents injuries, and three, it keeps them healthy and helps them relieve stress. Currently, we have our workout equipment. It's in the apparatus bay. One of the issues with that is diesel exhaust and ventilation. And when I get into that, I'll talk about that a little bit more. But what is recommended now is actually having a separate workout area. And again, at that same fire station, just an example of how they have their workout equipment separated from there. The other thing I'll say about it is that we keep our bay doors open, and this is Greenfield. And I have been hesitant to purchase expensive electronic cardio equipment because of the dust that goes through there. I don't want to destroy it. So a lot of our cardio equipment that we have is it's manual, and it's not as worried about the electronics in there as much. Okay, and getting into the apparatus ventilation. So when we're talking about firefighting, another issue for firefighters is that we're at high risk for cancer. And we're at high risk for cancer because we're exposed to carcinogens. And the carcinogens obviously happen at fires, they happen at hazardous material incidents, but they can also happen in the fire station. And one of the things that they found that's, I wouldn't say it's a huge contributor to it, but it's enough of a contributor to it that they've changed the way that they address it in fire stations, and that's diesel exhaust and diesel soot that gets on everything, to include turnouts, to include workout equipment, to include firefighters. So if you look at the picture on the left-hand side, that's the current ventilation system, and that's what was done in 1998, and that was state of the art. But in reality, that was just about the time that people were starting to become aware of the fact that diesel exhaust was an issue. Now they have systems that are like fully enclosed that actually attach to the exhaust pipe that actually follows the fire engine out of the fire station and minimizes the exposure. So what I did here is I wanted to share a little something with you from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and this comes out of off of their website, and it's talking about firefighters specifically. And basically, what it says is that there's been several studies that have been done that firefighters are at risk for certain types of cancer. And I'll just tell you from my personal experience, I can't tell you how many people that I've known that have retired, and I'll hear in 5 to 6 years that they've passed after their retirement. And a lot of that has to do with the practices. We're much better, we're more conscious of it. But these are some of the things that, help protect the firefighters. And their recommendations for doing that is 1, reduce exposure to diesel exhaust; 2, clean and care for PPE properly. And part of that means keeping your PPE in a separate portion of the station that's not exposed to the diesel exhaust when they're off duty, like ours is. And then the last one, and this is the most important one, and that is to take a shower as soon as you possibly can after a fire. And that with one shower, that can be a little bit of a challenge in there. And the reason for that is because not only do the carcinogens get on our protective gear, but it actually gets on our body. And then when they come back to the station, they load hose, they clean equipment, all that soot, all that stuff transfers onto them. So what does this mean to us as the city? Well, one of the things that it means, if you look at the labor code, they've actually identified cancer in firefighters as a line of duty illness, which means that people up to 120 months after they've left the fire department, if they get certain types of cancer, can be eligible for care from the city, and that can include all the way from death benefits to long-term care in there. Now, again, I'm not going to look at you and tell you that, if we have more showers and we have these things, it's going to eliminate it. No, it's not. But I think just in general, it makes it better for us, and it makes it safer. The other issue that we have is we have a storage issue. And if you go into our fire station, see that we've gotten pretty creative with storing items and trying to do our best to put the things that we need in the space that we need. And actually see on the right-hand side of the picture, we have 2 Connex boxes that are kept outside. And right now, one of those boxes is kept for our PPE. And I'll be honest with you, I don't feel good about it as the chief, because what that means is it means that PPE sits in there, and this is the stuff that protects them from 500 degrees. Okay. This is what protects our firefighters. It sits in there in the heat. And then in the winter, it gets cold and it gets condensation. And this equipment, just so you know, a pair of turnouts, helmet, boots, everything, you're looking at close to $4,000. So we're taking $4,000 and we're putting it in a Connex box. And we're also relying on that to protect our people. And because we really don't have any other place to store it. And we keep we did have our medical supplies in an open area. We bought some cabinets to contain it. But again, and these are just some of the things that I have a little bit of a challenge with. If I have someone in my family or someone I care about, I want to make sure that the medical supplies were kept in the cleanest, best area that they possibly can be. Okay, so another challenge that we have are our apparatus bay doors. Again, they're original and the motors are starting to fail. In fact, we've got a couple that are just out of service and we've just chosen, because we don't normally use them, to not replace them. So at some point they're going to have to be addressed. Another issue that we have again, this station was built for volunteers in 1998. It was not built with a computer server room. So with just the way that the wiring was done, to get it set up so that we could link to City Hall and that we did have access to the internet, we got our server up on a mezzanine in the fire station. And as much as we try and keep the area clean, you can see the dust that goes through there. So that's our computer server. And that's how it's protected. And it does have a battery in there, and we'll talk about that here in a second. The other issue that we're starting to have is our pavement and our apron is starting to wear out. So fire trucks are extremely heavy. They carry water, and it's a large piece of equipment. And after 25 years of going over that pavement, it starts to wear it out. And you can see some of the cracks. And in fact, if you look at that bottom left-hand picture, you can see the dark lines in there. And I encourage you to visit the fire station. I'm inviting all of you to take the time to go up there and take a look at these things. But you actually see where in the concrete, the grooves are worn. And in the future, there's a very good chance fire engines are going to be electric. And that means that they've got batteries, and those batteries are heavy. So that means that there's going to be more wear and tear on the apron and the pavement. And just in general, the general condition of the fire station, you can just see it's got 25 years on it. This is actually off of the kitchen area leading out to that back patio. And we've had long-term issues with water running under that door, but you can see how it's starting to rust. And the picture on the top left that's some covered insulation up by a skylight. And it might be a little hard to see in your picture, but you can see where there's, some leaks that have happened. And again, we address them, but it just kind of the challenge. The other thing, and this is a big one, and I've brought this up many times since I've been here. I'm coming up on 5 years now. We have no working generator in the fire station. Okay. And talking to our firefighters who've been here, I've heard it's been at least 2 years before that thing ran. Okay. We have no working generator in the fire station. And at some point that needs to be addressed. And I want to show you what this means. And I know I've given you this drama story before, but I told you about a call we got early in the morning a couple of years ago. It was a call for a motor vehicle accident off of 101, northbound 101. We get a call, motor vehicle accident. And then when we're starting to respond, we get an update report that the person is trapped in the vehicle and the vehicle is on fire. Okay. And I'm going to just play a little video for you, what it looks like when we have to open that door up manually because our power is out. And the power is out because that vehicle went into that power pole. And I want you to watch how much with each pull that door moves. Go as fast as you can. You gotta go faster. Okay, that is what happens when we have no generator. And obviously, we're not going to wait to close it. And then our fire station and all of our firefighters' personal belongings are not secure. Okay, it's at least 2 minutes to get that door up. And then there's lighting, and if we do keep lighting on 24/7 in that apparatus bay, that lighting is old, it's outdated, it's going to be hard to replace. Fortunately, now they have technology where they can replace with LED. It's much more energy efficient. Okay, and I think I've harped on the administrative area, and what I did want to share with you though is that this is what we've put into the fire station so far. Now, we do the best that we can with what we have. And if you go up there, you'll see that they've been very creative, man. They'll move cabinets around and they'll do different things to make the most out of it. But that being said, to date, we've spent about $136,000 on modifications and needed repairs in there. But the other thing that we're going to get to here in a second, I'm going to show you, is that we got others on the horizon. And I know people are getting tired, but I want to share this one thing with you. So this is actually out of that report, and this is the engineer's report. And there's something highlighted in there that you need to be aware of, and that is, this is directly from the engineer. The apparatus bay does not have clear lateral force resisting systems in the east-west direction. As a result of a moderate earthquake, could result in the collapse of the apparatus bay structure. Okay, now I realize the engineer is going to take the safe road and say, oh, it could collapse, and they're going to paint a little bit of a worst case scenario picture for you. To me, it isn't necessarily that it could collapse. It's any shift in that fire station is going to jam those doors. And that means that we're going to have to take our heavy rescue equipment to cut through those doors to get out. And that is probably going to take 15 plus minutes to make that happen. And here's why this is important. So this, for those of you that remember back at Loma Prieta, one of the big problems that happened was the fire in the Marina District, right? And basically what happened is an entire square block, and I took different pictures just to give you an idea of what was going on there. An entire block was lost. And the reason why is because they had gas leaks. So it isn't typically the earthquake so much that creates the problems. It's the problems that happen after the earthquake or after the disaster. In this situation in San Francisco, they were further hindered by the fact that they lost water mains and they had to pump water up from the bay. But in our situation, it would be that if we have a quake that's strong enough to create that type of a problem here, so did King City, so did Soledad, we're on our own. And the ability to get our equipment out of the station might mean the difference between losing 1 and 2 buildings or losing all the downtown. So during the conceptual study, we told them some of the things that we needed, and they came up with some ideas of what it could look like. Now, I'm sharing this with you not so much because this is, and this is information for you, because, hey, this is what we want or something like that. It's just, this is what addressing these situations is going to look like in whatever design or however it's done. And along with that are the costs that are associated with that. So this is just a quick floor plan. It just shows some addition on both the south and north side of the station, adding some different equipment or some different rooms in there. This shows in particular a public meeting room as well as a fitness center. And then when we get upstairs, what we've done, and if you could say that any type of fluff that was built in this, we have extra sleeping quarters. But the reason for that is because at some point you're going to have to look at adding staff. We get calls. This weekend, we had 2 or 3 times where we had multiple calls going on at one time. And at some point we'll have to add staff, and where do we put them? So you could run 2 crews out of there. If we ended up with any type of transport ambulance resource in the fire station, we would need to have a place for them to stay as well. And then the last thing I'll say about that is that, believe it or not, we do have situations where we do have double crews in the station. So a couple of summers ago, we had those fires that started in Big Sur. We had one of our crews as a strike team, and they were committed to it as a way to save money rather than stay in a hotel, because they're required when they're assigned to that fire, they have to stay together, because if they need to be called back, they have to respond immediately. So rather than spend money on a hotel, they came back to the station and hung out at the station. That crew was sleeping on the recliners while the other crew was upstairs in the bed. And this, again, is just a kind of a conceptual drawing. This shows a 2-story. There's a lot of different ways that this could go. This could be, it could be designed, but again, it's just kind of shows with these things, I guess, the size addition that we're talking about. Okay, so what does this mean? What it means, according to this plan, based off of the architect that did the study, he estimates that right now, to get that fire station up to speed, we're talking $10.5 million. And when I heard that, I was like, holy, you know what? I couldn't believe that. I can remember in 2005 building a brand new fire station that was big and included a training center. It was built on 3 acres, and it was $1.5 million. And now we're talking that, and that's a whole nother story why that's higher, but it's just the reality of that's what it is. And then on top of that, because it's 2023, we know that costs are high. We live in California, so that makes them even higher. You can expect anywhere from a 3 to 5% increase in that cost per year moving forward. Okay. Now, the obvious question that comes up is, well, if you're going to spend $10.5 million, why don't you just build a new fire station? Well, here's what building a new fire station looks like. And this information initially came from our architect, but we found out that the city of Seaside is looking at building a fire station as well. So we consulted with them, and it turns out he was pretty spot on. And what I'll tell you is that the city of Seaside owns the land that they're putting this fire station on, so they didn't have to purchase that land. They are having to do the groundwork, they're having to do the environmental studies, and they're having to put some of the underground infrastructure in, but they didn't have to purchase it. Just the things that I mentioned there, plus the actual design of the station, they're at $2.7 million, and they haven't even put a blade on the ground to level anything out. Just that. And then when you look at actually building the building and furnishing it, it's a realistic estimation that you're going to be anywhere from $20 to $22 million to build that. We just went up there and visited one of their chiefs, and he took us out and showed us around. And there was a recent article that I shared with you in there, and it said it was at 17 million. He's like, oh, no. We're probably looking at 23 when it's all done and said. And then you get the added benefit is that as time goes on, you get to add 3 to 5% of that. And to put that in a little bit of context here, they had their fire station, they got a facelift for it. And this is their one station that they have. They're going to keep that station in service, and they're going to build that other fire station. And take a note that other fire station only has 2 bays in there. So it's only for 2 pieces of equipment, where ours has like 4 bay doors in there. But just getting that facelift done, which consisted of doing some painting, some new signage on it, and some new apparatus bay doors, And there was some asbestos removal, which I guess was pretty complicated, but just doing that was $1.7 million. I know it's just it kind of makes your heart sink when you hear that stuff. So with that in mind, what I did is just wanted to throw out to you that if we're going to have to deal with these things at some point. And I put together just kind of a list of some of the stuff that's coming up. And I'll tell you that I've been, and I'm not embellishing when I say this is the truth. And I think that Paul, and I know that Tyler will back me up on this, because when I first started, hey, let's look at an addition or something like that. Oh, $1 million. Oh no, that's too low. Oh, $3 million. Before I know it, I'm at 10. So I've been routinely underestimating the cost of things, but doing the best that I can, looking at dealing with some of the things that are coming up, just dealing with that. And I would tell you that it wouldn't surprise me if it was considerably more than this. We're looking at $1 million just to get the building that's not even meeting our needs to address some of the issues that were there that we're currently dealing with. Okay. So I guess with that, I know it's been a long night. I thank you for listening to this. I hope that you take this as something important as we do. And I want to end with one thing here. And I put that picture in there on purpose. And that's a picture of our new fire engine. Okay. And what I want to bring to your attention is that fire engine was purchased with community block grant funds. So initially we got 1 year's allocation of 350, and then we were able to figure out later that there were unused funds that were going to be use it or lose it. Thanks to our community development director who let us know about that. But for the most part, we were able to get a fire engine and equip it for $650,000. Now, the reason why that's important is because one is we're coming to you and we're asking you to consider the importance of investing in the fire department. It's not like, you just came out of our general fund with money to buy this fire engine. Okay. The other thing that I want to share with you is that I was talking with the chief of North County Fire District. They're in the process of buying fire engines right now. Now, granted, it's been the pandemic and costs have gone up, but just their fire engine that they're buying, not equipped, just their fire engine, $750,000. When we got that money, I tasked our crews, I tasked Tyler and Captain Vega with working on this, and they were able to work with Pierce and get a brand new fire engine and equip it for $650,000. So what I'm trying to communicate to you is it's like we take what we have and we make the most out of it. We're not frivolous. We're not coming to you, saying, hey, give us something. No, we're coming to you because this is an important issue. And at some point, city's going to have to address this. And there's issues there. And there've been some prolonged issues, but we do have some things that you do need to consider as policy makers. So I guess with that, Mayor, if you're okay, unless there's any questions for me, for the council, I think there's a couple of folks that would like to say a few words as well.
Why don't we bring them up?
Hello, Emmanuel Vegas. Some of you guys know me. I've been captain here about 16 years, mayor, council members. Thank you for having me. Just want to reiterate a little bit what Chief had mentioned about how, just what we've been going through and how, we just continuously overgrown what the department's been meant for. We started off with as volunteers. I started off as a volunteer. And sure enough, shortly, we just outgrew this. And again, like she's saying, we're not just here asking for stuff because we didn't even know that we're, living like in a small space. We're 4 people on duty, 3 men sharing the restroom, kind of tough. One small little shower, gotta wait, then calls happen and stuff like that. Seeing some of these studies as well, kind of realize that, like, well, how do you guys live? And like, well, we make it happen. We're like, but why or how? Like, we find a way. It's kind of what we've always been about, finding a way. And we don't realize that we're kind of living in some of these conditions that are like, yeah, you need some upgrades. So I just kind of want to reiterate a little bit what Chief was saying. And also, offer to come over and see kind of like a day-to-day and see like, and some of you guys have already come over, showed some of your family members. You guys are been coming along a lot. So come over, see a day-to-day and how we go about business and, how we make things just work. And just kind of see that we do need some of these upgrades in the station. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Roy Morris, I was on the fire district board for 25 years. I was involved in the construction of the current station. And by the way, the generator never worked. It was Army surplus donated by the hospital. And the only reason they donated it, I know now, is because they wanted to get rid of it. But anyway, we built that station for about $1,200,000 in 1998. The original plan was to provide sleeping quarters and an exercise room and offices. But because of the contract, or the bids came back way over our budget, we had about, I want to say, 500,000 in cash, and we borrowed the rest of the money. And because you're a public agency, you can only borrow a certain amount based on what your yearly budget is, because they want their money back. That station was paid off in 15 years. It was done on a lease purchase agreement. And at the time it was built, it was state of the art. But that was 25 years ago, and things have changed considerably. And I don't spend a lot of time over there now, but I do go by to harass them once in a while. And the living situation there is not good, especially since they have female firefighters and male firefighters and no real privacy. So I don't totally agree with the design, but when the final one comes around, or when they get down to the final one, the chief has assured me I will have something to say about how it gets built. The biggest problem with cost these days is known as prevailing wage. The unions have the public agencies by the short hairs. And you cannot do any public works project without paying prevailing wage. And a guy who leans on a shovel these days makes about $65 an hour, and it goes up from there. So that's a good portion of the cost of doing business for public agencies. And I'm getting too old to go fight at the state to get things like this overturned, so we just live with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Keeson. I'm Deputy Fire Chief. Thank you for having me come up here and speak. And thank you for the presentation. When I took this position in October, and when I was standing here being sworn in November, my wife pinned me and our little boy. One of the biggest things that I always told myself coming to this position or taking this role was live by NFPA 1500. NFPA 1500 is the National Fire Protection Association. 1500 is firefighter safety. So with that said, not to continue beating the single shower and all that, but after we get back from a vehicle fire like we had Saturday or a Sunday, sorry, on the highway or a working structure fire, we have supposed to be within a shower within an hour to cut down on our cancer. So obviously we're staffed 3-0. 80% of the time we have 4-0 with our augmented part-time staff. With that said, it is tough to meet that. The single barracks upstairs, most modern fire stations have the dual room where you could sleep 2 to a room or 1. Obviously, privacy is a big thing. But I'll leave you guys with this. An FPA 1500 is, I can't do my job without that. So my job is to make sure those 4 men and women back there go home safe every day. So, and me being young in this position, a lot to continue to learn and build on. There's some restless nights, but I know that our captains, our 3 captains we have, our 3 firefighters and our 3 engineers are probably the best that we have in South County. I put our company up against anybody in Southern Monterey County, Northern Monterey County, East and West that we're very aggressive. And my job is to be aggressive for them to get them the things they need, as Chief Langwood's job is that too. So I encourage you guys to please come by the fire station. I promise you, if you come by on A shift, there's always a pot of coffee on. It may be burnt, but we can make a fresh one. But please come by, check it out, and let us show you around. Thank you for having me come up here and speak.
Thank you very much. All right. Go ahead.
Public comment, correct?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, the chief touched on it very briefly, but I'm going to go into a little detail. And I have to preface this by saying that what I'm about to say, I'm not going to say it to make myself look like a hero, because I've never considered myself a hero. But I'm going to take you back to January 13th, 1995, which was a Friday. My son and I are in my garage, 212 San Antonio Drive, we're lifting weights. I go outside to take a brief air break, I guess. And I look over across the street, 220 San Antonio, and the house is totally engulfed in flames, completely engulfed. And I tell my son what's going on, and he runs across the street. I go in the house and I call up 911, right? Finally was able to get through. I mean, it was difficult because the line was busy. I can understand that, but I guess they were just being overwhelmed with calls. But anyways, so I ran across the street. My son had gone before me. I went into the side yard where he had opened the gate on the side yard. And the heat was so intense, it blew out the patio doors. It was just as intense as could be. I couldn't even get close to it. And I'm sorry if I get emotional about this, but I mean, I've relived this day hundreds and hundreds of times. But I run over there. And like I said, I can't even get close to the house. I thought my son had gone inside the house. And I'm screaming my lungs out for him. And I'm just hoping with my heart that he wasn't in there. And he comes out running from the back of the house. And he says, "Dad, there's a little boy back there and he's crying." So we go back, we run to the back. And it's like, by this time, neighbors are jumping over the fence. They're all, I call it organized chaos, because nobody really knew what to do. So it's like, at that time, we still had a volunteer fire department. And unfortunately, some of those volunteers didn't work in town. So it would take them a while to get here. Anyway, so yeah, we were able to get that little guy out. He was like about 5 years old. He was dead. Little guy was dead. I took him on my arms. I went through the other side yard, the other side of the house, and I just put my shoulder down. I went right through that fence. The whole time I'm holding this little guy. And I put him on the ground. He was dead. And I kept telling myself, I'm not gonna let this little guy die. I'm not gonna let him die. I had first responder training, so I was first aid and CPR. So I started compressing his chest, trying to breathe in his mouth because he's a little guy. So I put my mouth over his nose and his mouth, but he wasn't responding. And it just seemed to go on forever. And I could hear the fire sirens in the distance approaching, but I wasn't going to stop. I kept compressing. It was like, then he coughed. And once he coughed, I knew I had him back. I wasn't going to let him die. So I put my finger in his mouth to try to clean out something because he was trying to vomit. And when I put my finger in his mouth, he bit down on my finger and he wouldn't let go. And I thought he was going to bite my finger off. I really did. But fortunately, my son and a couple other guys, they opened up his jaw and I was able to get my finger out. And I continued to give him CPR. And it seemed like it was forever. Then the fire department finally got there. I'm sorry. I took a little guy to the ambulance. There was a chopper over at Oak Avenue School. They put him on this chopper and they flew him out. And it was just traumatic as hell. I mean, you can't even imagine how. But anyways, I'm feeling really good about myself. It's like I'm proud of myself. I just saved the life of a little guy. I'm sorry. One of the firefighters that was there was Rod McCullough, my good buddy, one of my cycling friends. He grew up here in Greenfield. He doesn't live here anymore. He lives up in Susansville. But he was one of the firefighters that responded. And I went over to him and I said, Rod, I just saved the life of this little guy over there. And he says, yeah, but there's three other little guys who died in the front. Yeah. One of them was like about 8 years old. The other one was about 6. And then there was a little baby that was about 14 months old who died. And like I said, I relived that day so many times. I would walk out of my house and I would look across the street. That 220 San Antonio is right catty corner from my house. It can't be more than, what, 50 yards, if that much? I mean, we should be happy that we have a fire department that's fully staffed now. But unfortunately, it's like I've said at planning commission meetings, we're starting to grow our infrastructure. And we need to do whatever we can to help them out. I mean, monetarily, whatever. And like I said, I'm not saying that what I just said to make myself look like a hero. Well, I mean, newspapers are after me, the TV stations are after me. I didn't even want to talk about it, but it's like, I'm bringing this up because we need to help our fire department, whatever it takes. Okay, I'm sorry for taking up your time.
Thank you, Ernie.
I wanted to speak in support of the fire department. I myself and my husband, we have been helped by the firefighters on a number of occasions. And to me, they're very courageous and they put their lives on the line for us. I feel like obviously the money is those are huge amounts of money. And there should be state and federal funds to help our city. It can't be just a small city with a small budget, shouldering these horrible expenses, but they do need state-of-the-art equipment and they need to have privacy and they need to be safe and we need to protect them and take care of them as they take care of our community. So hopefully maybe state legislators and maybe the governor's office and maybe our representatives can work with the federal government, state government, see if there are funds out there, grants, but hopefully we can have kind of like help from different agencies and resources to make this happen. But I definitely do support the fire department, and we need to give them what they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Good evening again. So one thing I want to disagree with you, Chief, with all due respect, is I don't think you guys are just there. I think the fire department is a beloved component of our community. And I think that was proven when we passed Measure C. We needed 2/3 of the vote to tax ourselves on our parcels, and that was overwhelmingly passed. One thing I think that it's a big number, and I don't disagree that all that is needed. I think that maybe a priority list, it seems like there's a lot to consider. And perhaps expansion is the way to go. And the reason I say that is because we do charge impact fees, fire department impact fees on new development and new housing that comes to the city. And I'm sorry, forgive my ignorance if this is the wrong amount, but I quickly Googled our fire impact fees, and this was passed by ordinance in 2006, which is before the city absorbed the fire department. And it's 20 cents per square foot for a sprinkled residence and 60 cents per square foot for non-sprinkled. So I think one thing that the council can consider is perhaps looking at those fees. I think those impact fees are something that the council can increase by ordinance, and maybe look into that especially with, our recent news that we're one of the fastest growing cities in the county, and we do have a lot of development and hopefully more coming in, but I think they should help us out with those impact fees. And perhaps you could use some of that. So anyways, I'm not sure what the ask is tonight, but I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a couple people online.
Doug Pike. I know it says Joe.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. This is Doug Pike, the city engineer. And not quite sure how to turn on my camera. I don't see a button for it, but that's okay. I don't need that. I just wanted to mention that we're very blessed to have a very professional fire chief and Chief Langborg, and he invited me to assist him in the process of selecting the architect and participating in the meetings. And I assisted by providing information and, as well as a number of other staff, including the community development department, public works department. But his research is essentially the same as a master plan for needed improvements to the fire station, just like we master plan the water system, sewer system, storm water system. We're all about master planning. And also he's become, along with the other department heads, more or less experts in facilities planning, because we're not quite big enough to have a facilities department. So every department head, with the assistance of Public Works and the city engineer, has to manage their own facilities and plan for the growth of their facilities. But I just wanted to mention that this has been done in an extremely expert fashion with all of the right professionals at actually quite a modest cost. And what has been produced is not only a list of needs, but concepts that get us to a cost-effective way, such as it is, to get these things accomplished and set a budget. And so this is a first step to present to council essentially a master plan for, and I think Chief Langborg will mention this, but to get support behind the master plan concept. And then with a budget, we can go looking for grant and low interest loans and other funding sources. And one thing I've learned in my 40+ year career is that good master planning, creating genuine needs in the mission of giving service to the community always provides, there's always an opportunity to get these things funded and built. I mean, you look at the new wastewater treatment plant, which we have 100% funded and we're in the process of designing and building. I was wondering for a while, how in the world are we going to make this work and pay for it? But, there's some serendipity in the fact that we always find a way. And as we make a goal and determination to accept the master planning process for a new fire house, I have 100% confidence that through these master planning tools, the engineer's report, the architect's concepts and report, and a budget, that the city can find a funding package that is affordable and doable. But I'm very supportive of this process and just wanted you to know my perspective as city engineer, how professionally Chief Langborg has pursued this. That's my only comment.
Very good. Thank you. BTS.
Hello, Beatriz Diaz. I am in full support for the fire department. I think that Chief Langberg is doing a great job. I think that he is working very hard, for his dedication and doing the best for our city. To me, I feel just by listening to Mr. Langberg, I feel like they're living like sardines, and they should be, living comfortable in order for them to be able to go out on route whenever, the community needs. I also know that there's 3 new council members, and I think it would be a great idea so that each council member, even the ones we have right now, or everybody, including you, Mayor, should go take a look at that fire department, to see where they're at. I know money is an issue on everything, but I think life is more important. And these fighters need to be, rested and not sleeping like sardines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? All right. Council, do you want to comment on this? Or you want to move on to the next?
Yeah, I'll comment. First of all, Chief, you know that I was out there quite some time out in the fire station. I didn't get any more invites because I think I was overwhelming you out there with all of my questions and whatnot. But I've seen the place since day one. I've been out there with you, even when we lost Mr. Vega, who I'm still crying over. We need him in Greenfield. I see the facility. I see how you guys are growing. We have a female firefighter, which is amazing because our little ones out here in the community are seeing that our department is diverse, and it's you have my full support. That's bottom line. You have my full support, and definitely I will be stopping by. I will be sending you an email just to visit again. I haven't been there since I think pre-COVID, but again, full support because we have a very diverse fire department.
Very good.
You and every member of the public are welcome into that fire station. Your fire station, don't think we need anybody.
I just wanted to say, I think it was like my very first meeting actually, that I sat up here, that I talked about the fire station because I had just recently visited with my family. And some of your staff graciously showed us around. And my entire family, when we saw the quarters that they were sleeping in, that you showed in the pictures, we were pretty like appalled that that's how the setup was. And that same day, the power was out. And so I learned about the generator issue on that visit and seeing how they were troubleshooting, and I want to commend your staff for doing that, our local firefighters for just like making do with what clearly is, subpar. And I too am, very supportive of funding some of this or figuring out a priority list. I think that is very important. And I would say, like, can we at least start with the generator? Like, that seems really important to get in place. But I do hope that we see these improvements being made because, you guys are keeping our city safe and rightfully so. There should be facilities that are sufficient for making sure that they can do that in a healthy way.
All right, anyone else?
Working in finance, I always tend to see the money first before anything. But I'd like to thank Mr. Gallardo for sharing that story, because when it comes to the police department and fire department, it's very important to hear those stories. Because sometimes we get caught up with the money instead of what's really happening and what the need is. I tried to base everything, when I make a decision, I try to leave emotion out of it, but it's very difficult when you're dealing with the fire department and there's people's lives at stake. I think about my children, my great-grandchild, what would I do, had that happened, as he stated. So I'm always, I'm not a type of person that says that something can't happen, that can't be done. I think this can be done, but exactly how, I don't know. That's something that we really need to work on and do as much as we possibly can, whether we do it in phases or, it's really up to you and the city manager. I mean, but you do have my support and let's make this happen, figure it out. Thank you.
Right. Councilman Dominguez, do you have any comments?
First of all, Chief Lambert, thank you for your presentation. It was awesome. Safety first, right? And I agree with your vision. I really appreciate it. And I feel that I am in full support of it. And how we get there, well, we can work together. So thank you.
Right. I think there is correct me if I'm wrong. I think we do have a application out for a grant for the generator. We're still waiting to hear back on. Is that correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Chief, you've given us a lot to think about tonight. So let us work on this and see what we can put together. So,
Yep. Thank you for your time. I know that was long and I appreciate your attention.
all right. Thank you very much. All right. We'll move on to J3, code enforcement strategy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
There you go.
This is an update on our community service officer program, since it's been under a year since we merged code enforcement and animal control together. So in a nutshell, community service officers are at the core of helping our community maintain a healthy quality of life in our neighborhoods and help beautify our city. What are CSOs? Well, they're non-sworn uniformed personnel, and they provide various routine non-law enforcement related tasks that not require peace officer authority. They're not armed. They do carry body cameras, and their uniforms are graded to distinguish from the police officers. Currently, we have 4 community service officers that work 7 days a week from 7 to 5 p.m. And these are their pictures. And our focus, respond to quality of life complaints, assist in parking enforcement throughout the city. And they also respond to low priority calls throughout the city, which helps them learn how to take reports. And it also lowers the effort for the police officers who can maintain priority for larger emergency and higher priority calls. So some of the main problems that we face. vehicles parked in restricted areas, that this is a greenfield problem. But I want you to look at the graph on the bottom right there. Year to date, 2023, our officers, our CSOs have cited 213 vehicles compared to last year, 2022, 249. So the numbers show that they're active and they're out there citing these vehicles. Abandoned vehicles, motorhomes, cars parked driveways, non-operating vehicles. Again, this year to date, January 1st to June 30th, 80 vehicles have been impounded compared to 109 in the entirety of last year. At large, administrative citations are down 23 this year to date, compared to 113 from last year, which is good news. That means dog owners, pet owners are very conscious of their animals. They're keeping them in. Previous citations have helped, and that's what we want. We want compliance. Homeless encampments. Our community service officers are great at reaching the homeless, the unhoused, providing resources, giving them the information they need where they can seek help. However, when it's time and the homeless people are becoming a nuisance or a danger to the public or a health and safety concern for the community, we will move them, and we'll try and move them to a safer location. We'll try and get them services either in King City or in Salinas. But we do need to clean this up because we can't let trash accumulate, the waste, bodily waste. And some do have certain vices, alcohol and drugs and syringes and things that can damage children that are playing in parks or around the community. So this is a very important safety concern. Our CSOs also regulate peddlers and solicitors. I think last year we had a pretty big to-do about the food trucks and everything. And it turns out that, yes, most of them were in compliance. And thanks to the CSOs, they were very instrumental in being out there regulating, checking the permits and making sure they were outside of the zone of ECR. And again, code enforcement, a mechanism to protect public health, safety, and welfare, nuisances for the city, and also to keep our property values up. We also work very closely with the City of Greenfield building inspectors to work together, and we have been able to abate several residences that were abandoned or nuisance residences to the city attorney's office. Now, one of the houses was demolished and a new property is going up, and others have been mitigated. So now they're, we had a fire in one, kids tagging, hanging out in another one. So that stopped. And also to respond to low priority calls. So for a year and a half, the community service officers have taken over 570 incident reports, and that's a lot. And they write reports for a lot of impound a vehicle or an animal call. So they write a lot of reports. And this is also a big help to the police officers. Some of these lower level things go to the CSOs, and again, alleviates the officers to respond to more important matters. All right, so how do we do this? What is our solution and approach? And it's a three-prong approach. We look at commercial, residential, and public spaces. Step one, we select the three most common important compliance issues to focus on. We establish a messaging protocol for the community so they understand what the expectations are. 3, we want to educate them. We prefer to educate before we cite. 4, sometimes we have to cite, so we will. And then 5, take a look at the process and repeat as necessary. And here's how we educate the public. We have flyers that we hand out on a daily basis regarding animal control or the enforcement, parking, the most common issues that we encounter. We listen to feedback. We solicit feedback. We want to know what's going on, where. And the sooner that we can know about it, the sooner that we can do something about it. And we really enjoy talking with community members at public events. And I'm sure you've seen some of our Facebook posts. We want to engage. We want to be there. Tell us what we need to do, what we're not doing well, what we're doing well. Any sort of feedback helps us point us in the right direction to make sure that we're all going in the same direction for the mission of Greenfield. And our administrative citations, these last resort here, we prefer not to, but we will. And as you can see, first offense, $100, second offense, $200, third, $300. So it's not cheap. So these are painful, and we're very judicious when we hand these out. Benefits in our future. So continue coverage all 7 days of the week, and continue to be responsive to the public. Let us know where you want us. Please call the non-emergency line. We will respond. And even if there isn't a CSO, say there's an animal call or some sort of nuisance issue, dispatch will route that to a police officer. So even if there's not somebody on duty that's code enforcement, the officers will handle that situation. And also, as we look to the future, you know, it was kind of brought up as far as electrifying the fleet. We're going to take advantage of state and federal grants and incentives to help electrify and replace some of our aging fleet, specifically for code enforcement, animal control for the community service officers. Any questions? Council.
I just have a comment. It's not so much a question. I have not had a chance to meet the 4th of your community service officer, the female. I have not, but Nancy, Stella, and the other gentleman, I mean, they're amazing. They do a wonderful combination of being in this position, because I know one could be kind of like that good cop and the other one could be like that bad cop. So just bringing that combination and really growing up in Greenfield. I mean, 2 of them actually being part of our Greenfield Explorers, that really got them a sense of like dealing with the public in a way that we didn't see before. So I think it's great. I haven't heard any complaints regarding the community service officers. So keep up the good work, and it has to do a lot under your leadership, Chief Mixer. So kudos to them, and I hope I could bump into the 4th one. But the other 3, they are phenomenal. And at every career day, they're there informing the kids, telling them what to tell their parents, what to do and what not to do. So that's amazing that they are actually doing that community engagement, bridging that community and RPD. So kudos, nothing but good things.
Thank you. Thank you. And that 4th member is Fatima Garcia, another resident of Greenfield. Smart, bachelor's, has a master's. So we're trying to find those quality people to help out our community. And one more thing I wanted to mention, and it came up during the comments as far as Vintage Park. 2 weeks ago, there were some signs installed at Vintage Park to notify the do's and don'ts in English and in Spanish. So we are paying attention to those parks, the pocket parks, especially where there's basketball courts, and people will use those parks to play and recreate. So we are paying attention to those, and we are there, and they are important to us.
Thank you.
First, I just wanted to say thank you for being or creating a culture that seems open and responsive, you know, for our citizens to speak up if they have an issue, or just being welcoming of feedback to make improvements as opposed to being resistant. And I wanted to ask you to go back to the slide that shows the citations, because this is actually something that came up in my circle of people. Somebody made a comment about with the new businesses that are opening, that the city of Greenfield is going downhill, that curb appeal is down, that you know, people don't feel a need to keep up their properties anymore, things like that, you know, to which my response was that we actually do, I feel, have a robust and even growing code enforcement program. And so I just wanted to go back to that slide, if we could show that, to really highlight those numbers that you shared of last year, the citations, and then the citations for this year, and that is all of last year, correct? One, the abandoned vehicles one, the comparison between all of last year and just up to June of this year.
Yes, that's correct. The numbers are overwhelmingly positive as far as the enforcement citation. And that doesn't even include the number of vehicles that get moved, you know, because we made contact.
I think there was one more slide that looked like this graph. The dogs and I think this one, the parking citations too, just, I just want to give that its moment so that people can see those numbers and I think those speak for themselves. We are doing a lot to ensure that, properties are well maintained. And I would just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. It is sometimes like whack-a-mole, because it's taken years for our city to grow in the manner that it has and the houses with overcrowding and the numerous cars belonging to each residence. So it's going to take time and different systems to mitigate that. It's going to take some time, but we are doing what we can as fast as we can.
It's movement in the right direction, which I think is what we need to highlight.
My question, thank you, Chief. My question is, are these officers working 7 days a week or is it just a 5 business week?
7 days a week. They're on a 4-10 schedule. So we have 2 that work Sunday through Wednesday.
Okay.
And then the other half Wednesday through Saturday. We overlap on Wednesday and that's our, make sure we're on the same page, everybody get together and talk and discuss.
How do they go about the city? How are they just driving around? They see something or are there designated areas? How do they go out? These are just questions that a lot of people ask, so I'm gonna ask you now.
Of course, a lot of it is proactive enforcement. And yes, they will target certain areas of the city at certain times, but also feedback from community. We get calls in, they get text messages from certain residents and they'll immediately respond to that area. So it's driven by what they know needs to be looked at in certain parts of the city and also by what is being requested of them.
Is there, do we have yet to be able to submit complaints online or are we still? We're not there yet?
We do have an email and it's, I believe it's csos@ci.greenfield.ca.us. I will verify and I will send it to Manager Wood.
I think that's really important that people know how to do it. A lot of people don't like to call in, they're
Right.
afraid or whatever, What are we doing about the alleyways, the business alleyways, over by the post office behind there? We do have some vehicles that have been there for a very long time. And, obviously you can see there's shrubs growing around it. There's a bunch of, because of the wind, it gets caught right there on the big vehicles. We really need to address that. It could be a fire hazard, especially if a building caught fire and Chief Lamborghini can probably speak to that. Where when fire, we've got an abandoned vehicle stuck on a bag. We don't know if it had gas in it or what's inside, if there's anything combusting. So it's really important that we start cleaning this alleyways.
Absolutely. And that one will be at the top of the list.
And my last one.
Okay.
Vehicles, people working on their vehicles on the front yard, is that, where does that stand? Is that illegal? Is it okay? I have a lot of community people in my area that want to know that.
They're not supposed to be working on their vehicles in the driveway,
On the lawn?
on the lawn, on the sidewalk, on the street. They're not supposed to be doing that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Mixer, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. I like this community officers idea because it's something that I've kind of worked on in the past, and I know it's really good for the community. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just want to echo what Councilman Rodriguez mentioned about getting comments about people keeping their properties up and their abandoned cars and all that. So I'm happy to see that we're working on that. I like your approach. You're, warning them. All we really want you to do is solve the problem, clean it up. And so I think the citations as a last resort is a good way to go. So I appreciate your approach.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, it is after 9 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break here. We've been at this for about 3 hours, so let's take a break. Let's do 10 minutes. Jamie's ready. All right, item J4, presentation 12th Street between Elm and Oak progress report. You're ready.
Sorry, I got kicked out of Zoom. One moment, please. Do we need to retry that, Ed? That kicked me off. And yeah. Good in there. Okay, we're all set up. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to provide a presentation today regarding the 12th Street construction that's going on between Oak and Elm Avenue, because we are having school starting on August 9th, and you still see the fencing up. And so we've coordinated with the contractor. And so I'm going to talk about how the children are going to get to and from school in a safe manner. So this is actually regarding the sidewalk that's fronting the Magnolia Senior Apartments that will be poured this week. So you will actually see concrete trucks out there and sidewalk going in. It will be mostly behind that fencing that's out in the towards the roadway. But as the contractor is still waiting for PG&E to remove a utility pole in order to complete the improvements, the construction fencing is going to remain in place even after the sidewalk is poured. There are going to be signs posted at both ends on the fencing. They're going to have their wood fencing up on their side property lines before school starts. They're going to be putting signs up indicating that they are going to be opening up that fencing so that pedestrians can traverse on the sidewalk to and from school. So we will have a sidewalk from Oak Avenue all the way down to Elm. The fencing will still be in place on the roadside, but they'll be able to traverse through on the sidewalk. That will be available Monday through Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. to ensure if teachers or parents volunteering are able to get there before school and after school as well. So we will not have that accessible after those hours or on the weekends. The contractor is not here on the weekends or after 5 o'clock on weekdays. So it is very exciting. It's going to take a little bit of, a little bit of getting used to for the students and the residents. So this photo here is a view of the formed sidewalk, since it wasn't poured yet when I took the photo, on 12th Street. If you were walking from Elm Avenue to Oak Avenue, you can see through the fence. It's a little hard to see up there, but that there's a pathway that goes straight. There will be a sign on a wooden fence that'll be to the right of the sidewalk right here and telling people that they can go through during those times. This next slide doesn't show the entire thing, but I do have one more. It's the view of the sidewalk from the other end when you're looking from Oak Avenue and going towards Elm Avenue. So that sidewalk is actually going to continue through there. And then that's where they're going to have that gate opening at. And that sign will be to the left on the wooden fence when they do have that installed before the school starts. I did take an interior photo from if you were going from Oak Avenue towards Elm, and then I just kind of sketched in a little rendering on how the sidewalk will look when school starts. So if I'm walking my child to school, you can see I'm going to go through that area and just go straight on the sidewalk. I've painted it in the photo in gray there. They will have their landscaping towards the building done. I indicated that in green, and they're going to be putting some safety cones there so that to prevent people from damaging the landscape. So I do ask the residents, parents, anybody going through there during those times, please be respectful of the new landscaping and stay on the sidewalk. And with that, I wanted to also give an update to the other side of 12th Street that council approved budget funds for to improve the street, the drainage, and the sidewalk on the west side of 12th Street between Oak and Elm Avenue. Previously, I'd given the city council and the public a schedule of a timeline of when we were going to be obtaining the plans for review and going back and forth. So I am happy to say that we did report that 65% plans would be to the city for review July 13th, and we actually received those on July 13th for review. The timeline is to have comments back to the engineer by August 2nd. Staff has already begun that review and will have all comments back to the city engineer by August 2nd and ideally by July 28th on this Friday. So then we will be continuing on that same timeline where the 100% plans, specifications, and cost estimate will be to city staff August 25th. And then we will be able to review those in-house for a few weeks, make any small adjustments, and then advertise for bid on September 26th. Open bids on October 19th and award construction contract in November of 2023. Construction likely will not start until beginning of 2024. And that is my presentation. You'll be seeing this plan on our Facebook pages. You'll be seeing, we're going to send it to the school districts so that they can send it out in their parent portals. And one thing that we're going to be doing is I'll be coordinating with Chief Mixer to see if they have some availability with CSOs or officers and public works crews on that first day of school on August 9th to be out helping guide the students, make sure they're going the right way, but also maybe a presence at all the schools just to say, hey, we're here, we're happy you're here, we're happy you're back. And invite the council if they'd like to even be near one of the schools, just to provide that face, that encouragement, that yes, we are aware you're back to school. We want you to be safe and we're here to help. And so we'll be doing that as well.
Any comments from council?
Sign me up. I'll be there on August 9th. So wherever you need me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for making sure that there is a plan for the kids to go safely to and from, because I know a lot of residents are concerned about that with the construction going on there. So just thank you.
You're welcome.
Looks good. I remember walking through there when I was a kid and I hated it. And it looks really nice. Awesome. Thank you.
Well, please join us on August 9th to walk through it. And it's a nice sidewalk.
One additional comment, any timeline on for PG&E as to when they are going to be removing their poles?
So not from PG&E, but in talking with the contractor, their PG&E is informing them that it may be September. But it's not there's not a definitive date at this time. So we're just happy that we're able to work with the contractor to provide a safe walking path.
I did speak with the manager and the owners, and they said probably September. Yeah. And off the subject just a little bit, there's still a lot of apartments for rent there. They're still accepting applications for senior housing. So if you know anybody.
Very good. Thank you very much. Move to K1, adopt a resolution, City Council, City of Greenfield, approving the purchase of a solar powered tuk-tuk vehicle from Mission Science Workshop of San Francisco. Staff report.
So I had the presentation ad on the screen. There it is. Okay. Thank you. So this should be pretty simple. This is about a donation. It's a purchase. It has to be a purchase legally. So it's going to be a purchase for $1 from Mission Science Workshop for a solar vehicle. The vehicle whose Mission Science Workshop? Mission Science Workshop was the very first place to call itself a science workshop. It was established in the Mission of San Francisco in 1991. It was inspired by the Exploratorium. But unlike the Exploratorium, Mission Science was based in the community and it was free. The Exploratorium is not a place where you can go for free. It's not a place that is accessible even for the children that live in San Francisco. So the idea was, this is a great place, but we need a place that is accessible in every community, even in communities within San Francisco. And this man, Dan Sotran, started by collecting electronics and bones and other specimens in his garage. He eventually moved to the City College of San Francisco, and he's been in the Mission High School in San Francisco, I believe, since late 1990s, 1998. There are now 3 science workshops in San Francisco, one at the Mission, one in Excelsior, and I think the newest one that opened just this year, it's Bay Point. And they do work like we do here in Greenfield. They actually helped us establish our site here in 2011. And part of their mission is to work with schools, and just provide access to science to youth. For people that have been here for years, they own this unique teaching tool, which is the real skeleton of a great whale. It has made its way many times to the city. We've taken it to schools, including every single school here within the district. So they were friends. They're responsible for a lot of the specimens and objects that we have. 45 El Camino. They have teaching resources that they share. They also share resources of other types when it comes to finding grant opportunities and helping with grant writing and so forth. This vehicle that they're looking to donate, it's a tuk-tuk. It was a long process for applying for grants to get this vehicle. When they first came up with the idea, it was manufactured in Thailand. It was then shipped to Colorado, where it was customized and made into a solar tuk-tuk. It was functioning prior to COVID. It stopped working. They stopped using it during the pandemic. And then when they tried to bring it back, it turned out that it had some issues. Plus, they had a change of director and they had some change of staff. So their priorities were a little different than they were prior to COVID. So it's been sitting there at their place. It does have some issues, but we believe those to be minor. So we have space, and we believe we can make use of this vehicle. And we had a conversation and they came up with this, we came up with this idea. Maybe they can sell it to us for $1. The city of Greenfield will own this solar vehicle and we'll try to fix it and we'll try to put it to use. It's solar, so it will not use any fuel. We'll use money from grants and contracts to try to fix it. And we believe that if we can fix it, it will fit nicely to what we're trying to do in our programs. It will allow us, for example, we teach about renewable energy. It will fit nicely into the curriculum put forward by the schools, which has a lot of eco-literacy and sustainability topics. And it's also pretty unique. It's pretty unique. It's cool. It will raise visibility, and it will be a great PR tool that we can use both here in Greenfield and South County. There is one side to the other departments. In the past, we won first place in parades that we hold here in the city, including last year's winter parade. So if what we have now, if this is what we can do, what we have now, imagine what we can do when we have a fully electric solar powered vehicle. That is 2019, the Dia de los Muertos in San Francisco. And you can't see it from the picture, but that's the picture of all the pets that have lived and died at the Mission Science Workshop in San Francisco, which is kind of neat. And that is my staff report. Any questions?
Oh, I just have a comment, not a question. I really do want to emphasize the fact that with one of the things that really makes me proud to say that I represent Greenfield, or that I belong in the city of Greenfield, the heart of the valley, is technically the Greenfield Science Workshop. Will say you've been doing an amazing job. And just by bringing this little tuk-tuk to Greenfield, it's going to be able to, again, conservation. That's exactly the conversation that we've been having, not just citywide, but countywide, and you've played a huge part in talking about conservation. But not only that, the culture of making it accessible to our kids. I mean, it's a one in a lifetime experience. When will they be able to visit Thailand? I hope all of them, but it just really, you're bringing cultures to our community. So it's going beyond science. And I don't know if a lot of people really understand that concept, but you do a phenomenal job. And I fully support this. And again, I am so proud of the work that you've been doing with the science workshop. And if I could continue to help in any way possible, please reach out. But this is amazing. Just the great idea that you're going to bring to the community with the little tuk-tuk.
I don't have really a question, but more of a suggestion. I know you mentioned that you guys would be looking at grants to do the necessary repairs and stuff, but maybe a partnership with the LSL campus, Hartnell College's LSL campus, with their automotive program. This is such a unique vehicle, that they don't get to work on all the time. But maybe it would be something that, with all this funding that was given to promote, CTE careers, maybe that's a potential partnership to also help get it going.
Anything else from council? Any public comment? If not, I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution 2023-107.
So moved.
Have a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. K2, resolution city council, city of Greenfield postponing the 2023-2024 water rate increase. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor White and City Council. This item before you is a request to postpone the water rate increase that you adopted on June 27, 2022. You, after a legally required Proposition 218 notification process, adopted an increase to both water and sewer rates. Since that time, in early July, city staff went to implement the new adopted rates in the utility billing system and discovered an error in the water rates, the previous water rate billing. So in 2017, there had been a water account charge in the amount of $12.97 that had been adopted by City Council. And staff, when they went to implement the new rates in the system, discovered that that $12.97 kind of base fee or account charge had only been charged for 1 month back in 2017. And then after that time was never charged again. So for 6 years, the base fee that was adopted by council was never really implemented. And so we're asking that you postpone the current rate increase, the account charge of it's in the neighborhood of $19, just to give staff time to really understand what occurred and then how it may have impacted the current rate study. Part of Prop 218, in addition to the notification process, is that rates cannot exceed the cost to actually provide the water service. And so we want to make sure that the rate study that was conducted and brought before council is still accurate, and that oversight in charging the $12 charge for the last 6-ish years didn't actually impact that rate study. The city manager and I and the city engineer did have the opportunity to meet with the rate consultants after this agenda was published. And we do not believe that the rate study is flawed. So we don't believe that the oversight in collecting that fee has impacted the study. The rate consultants explained that they consider future need and not past revenue. So they look at what the city will need in the future, and that's how they establish new rates. They don't consider what revenue was collected using the old rates. That being said, we still are recommending that this be postponed just to make sure that's 100% correct, and also give staff an opportunity to communicate with the community about the error and make sure that they understand that the oversight likely didn't impact the new rates. With that, I can take questions.
Any public comments?
The last public meeting, I was saying that, I am very concerned about, especially the elderly people on fixed incomes, not being able to afford water, which is a basic necessity. It's required to stay alive. And so if there are ways of finding, funding a grant to help those who truly cannot pay, that as a city, we should definitely be helping those people. But also, as far as future needs, I think we really do need a public workshop. Like I would, the city attorney said, we can't ask questions, we can't have them answered. But, when it's really important, we need to be able to ask questions and have them answered. And I'm not sure if there's a law that prohibits that, because that definitely doesn't work very well for the community, because, we all need to be involved in important issues in our city. We're affected, we're impacted. And so we definitely need to really understand what the future needs are and really how much it's going to cost. And so I really think we need to have public workshops and have our answers and questions, our questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? I see one hand raised.
Hello?
Go ahead, John.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor. So in our research from our community group, we noticed that 504, Water Fund 504, has been charged for manager consultants and legal advice for the Arroyo Seco GSA. And since you're talking about the rate increases, I'm here tonight from the group to ask clarification on that. I'm not asking for any answers or responses right now, but I think in your proceedings with the errors that you found, I guess from 2017, I wasn't I hope I wasn't on the council, but anyways, I think clearing up this situation where, if I'm not mistaken, 504 water fund, that's from the ratepayers. And our question is, again, clarification on those dollars that are paid for Arroyo Seco GSA, and the clarification of that. You know, questions like, will the taxpayers get refunded for that, or how that works? I've never heard someone explain that, and we found it, I think, in 2022 that started happening. Could have been late 2021, but I just want to bring it to the council's attention that you're talking about doing an increase in the water fees for the ratepayers. And so we're trying to find places to where we can get some additional, well, the city can get some additional, I guess, revenues to help defray those costs of increases for the future. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, then I will. I think so. I'll entertain a motion to adopt resolution 2023-108.
So moved in. Second.
Moved in second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. All right, thank you. A3, resolution, City Council, City of Greenfield making appointments to Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, Monterey Salinas Transit, and South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority. Staff report, please.
So with the resignation of Mayor Pro Tem Antolon, she sat on several boards. And I did email each of you which boards she sat on. And now we're here to reappoint.
Okay, looks like she was on AMBAG as the alternate. Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority as the primary, MST as the alternate, and the Broadband Authority as the primary. And she's got two primaries and two alternates. We need to fill those positions. No. Councilmember Rodriguez is new to the dice here, but I'm sorry. Dominguez, sorry. It's been a long day. Are you interested in any of those topics? I know it's probably all brand new to you, so. Okay.
And just for clarification, Mayor, can you let him know the times? Because I know he's a teacher and I know for sure the Salinas Valley Waste, you'll be able to do it is in the evenings, but the AMBAG usually is mornings. So just check with your schedule. Just FYI, it would be good to give him his schedule.
AMBAG's actually at 6 o'clock in the evenings. I'm on that one as the primary.
Sorry, it seems that traditionally we have the mayor be the primary on AMBAG. And I think traditionally Mayor Pro Tem has been the alternate. But answers don't necessarily have to do that, but that's just what we're bringing it down.
That is at 6
It'd be
o'clock
a-
on Wednesday, but you're all interested in doing that.
Is that a weekly meeting?
It's once a month. I've been making all the meetings. So I haven't yet, so.
Promise.
No
Bob?
guarantee.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, all right. And we need somebody for the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. What time is that? MST is the alternate.
I'm the primary on them.
Yeah, you're the primary. What time is that meeting?
It's, oh, but you teach during the day. Yeah, it's one Monday a month. Um. I don't usually miss. I mean.
If it's a Monday?
It's Monday mornings,
That's fine.
once a month.
And then we have the broadband authority. When does that one meets sporadically, right? Quarterly? I am the alternate on that. I could move up and be primary if somebody wanted to be.
I can be your alternate.
The alternate.
Yeah, just because it's daytime again and conflict with
Okay,
Mr. Dominguez's day job.
so I'll move up to primary on that one. Right?
Yes, I'll be the alternate for that one.
Right. Perfect. So do we need to adopt the resolution to that fact, right? All right, I need a motion on resolution 2023-109.
Do we need to name all the new appointments? I don't remember what they are. Some of.
I need a second.
A second.
Then moved in second, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed. Okay. You're into closed session.
And did you want to make a,
Need a motion to carry us on beyond 10 o'clock, so we're not gonna be done, so. I have a motion, do I have a second? Moves in second, move up beyond 10.
And just for the record, I am gonna excuse myself because I have an early meeting tomorrow, so I will have to be leaving.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, all right. Council.
yes, council will be meeting in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95 to discuss liability claims. The claimant is Felix Pineda Vargas, and the agency claimed against the city of Greenfield.
All right, thank you. During the close. before I do that.
We'll reconvene to open and
Okay.
then ask for public comment.
All right, we convene to open session. Is there any public comments regarding closed session? If not, there is nothing to report from closed session. All right. Brief reports on conferences, seminars, and meetings attended by mayor and city council. League of California Cities, Monterey Bay Division. There's what, two of us already signed, right? Okay. All right, the Transportation Agency for Monterey County. Okay. Oh my goodness. Want to switch?
I apologize.
Take your time.
There's no meeting this month for the month of July. They'll resume in August on the 23rd. On the last meeting, they're going to submit a grant for Safe Streets for All program. And so hopefully that'll come back, we'll get a little bit of that again. There was an update on Highway 198 over Kalinga. It's open now. What portions of Highway 1 are still closed? And that's pretty, they're accepting bids right now for the Fort Ord Regional Trail and Greenway project. And yeah.
Very good. Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. I went to that meeting. I think I turned this information over to city manager. We talked about the REAP grant. So. Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. Okay.
Yeah, I just had a little update on, we've got the RFP drafts that we are reviewing. I just saw some questions going back and forth about some of the terms, so we're in the middle of not so much deciding on it, but making sure all the terms are correct from our 3 respondents.
Monterey Salinas Transit.
I attended that meeting on July 10th. Highlights were that we authorized the general manager to execute an agreement for some land located on the former Fort Ord. And they shared that ridership is up 22% from last year, which was like really great, a really great thing. They're, bouncing back after post-COVID and stuff. So that was good news that was shared out.
Monterey County Mayor's Association. We are actually meeting Thursday with Robert Rivas and Salinas. Salinas City Hall. So get information back with them. Valley Mayors and Managers Group.
Yeah, I wasn't at the last meeting, but I know that we're working hard on ag mitigation, countywide ag mitigation rules and changing agreements between counties and jurisdictions to see if we can get them all kind of lining up together. So we're still in the midst of that, and I believe the next meeting will be regarding the same issues.
Right. Yeah, we met and saw that, and that was the main subject of discussed. That has to do with setting land aside whenever a subdivision is brought into, city. Planning Commission.
No planning commission meeting since the last. Report.
City Attorney report.
Yes, the only thing I have to report is that I'm going to be scheduling some Brown Act and conflict of interest training for both City Council and the Planning Commission, largely because there are many new members on both boards. And so that hopefully will be sometime just before you reconvene in September, and Anne will send out a request for dates that work best for both boards.
Good. City Manager report.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
All right. With that, we're doing a meeting at 10:08. Thanks everyone for hanging with us here.
Well.
You made it.
Yeah.
You got through your first one.